Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you all for joining us today for this live stream event. My name is Albena, and I'm the program manager of the Microsoft Reactor. I will be sharing session resources with you in the chat, but before we begin, I would like to quickly review two items with you, our code of conduct and our event guidelines. First, please take a moment to review our code of conduct. Microsoft Reactor seeks to provide a respectful environment for both our audience and presenters. We do encourage engagement in the chat, but please be mindful of your commentary, remain professional and on topic. And secondly, we have our event guidelines. This session is being recorded and will be available on demand through the Microsoft Reactor YouTube channel in about 24 to 48 hours. Which brings us to today's session. We have our speakers for the Azure Bootcamp. Hello there in New York. You can take it away.
Whoa. Hi. We're just getting things sorted out here. We'll be starting in a minute.
I think 10 minutes. People is just getting here. Yeah. don't know if there is a light.
Yep. So now you're on.
Okay. Hello. Welcome to our audience watching us through YouTube. Can somebody let me know if sound is okay?
Yes,
We're
it's okay.
starting in a minute. Yes.
Yep.
We can hear you.
Okay. Perfect. All right. I think it sounds good. All right. I think we're ready to start. Thank you, everyone, for being here in person. And we thank you to all the people who is watching us right now on streaming. So this is the Global Azure 2023. I'm going to move to the next slide. So welcome everybody. My name is Diana Lizon. I am Microsoft MVP in Cloud and Data Center Management. And I'm organizing and co-presenting today with Eric Woodruff.
Hello, folks. So Eric Woodruff, a Microsoft Security MVP, and as we're trying this hybrid event, appreciate if you seem confused. The streaming today is a bit of an interesting thing we're trying to do, so appreciate everyone's patience here. So,
Yeah,
next.
we know that also more people is coming to the building, so we appreciate all the patience, and hopefully there is not too much noise for the streaming. Let's go next. So I'm gonna start real quick introducing myself. So I'm Diana, a little bit about me. So I've been at the MVP program. The MVP program, for those who are not very familiar with, it's a global program that Microsoft has to recognize people in the industry who volunteer to share about Microsoft technologies and advocate about Microsoft products. So we all are part of the Microsoft ecosystem, but we really love the community side. We are Microsoft influencers and leaders in different communities. In my case, I'm originally from Colombia, and I start with the communities in Latin America. I'm currently a community leader for the communities that I'm showing here: the Boston Healthcare Cloud Technology Community, the Boston Power Platform User Community, and also Women's Voice IT. I also work with Widom, one of our sponsors. I'm part of the business development team, and I manage all the Microsoft Alliance. So if you have any questions about Microsoft stuff, feel free to reach out. I'm happy to be here and happy that you all are here today with us. So now, a little icebreaker here to start. How many of you have attended at Azure Bootcamp before, or is it your first time?
Well, do you want us to raise our hand if it's the first time, or we've attended?
Okay, yeah, thanks for saying that. Okay, raise your hand if it's your first time. All right, almost everybody. And so 2 years or more, so I believe the question is for you. Sorry, what's your name?
Peter.
Peter. So how many Azure Bootcamps have you attended?
I don't know, but I still have the sticker that says Windows Azure.
Oh, I love that answer. So, all right. So, okay. So you might have the answer for the next question. So, you know, when did the Azure or Windows bootcamps, Windows Azure bootcamps started? How long?
10 years ago,
10 years?
7 years, something around there.
That's the right answer. This year is the 10th anniversary of the Azure bootcamps. So great. Yeah, congratulations. Good answer. I think I've attended at least 8 of 10, which I really love. Like I say, I've helped to organize many of these chapters, especially in Latin America. This is my first time here in the US, so it's really exciting. Thank you again, everyone who is attending today our conference. And now I'm gonna pass the
I
microphone
got the-
to. Okay,
yeah,
cool.
right here.
Okay,
So,
Eric.
yeah, and so I'm Eric Woodruff, a Microsoft Security MVP. I'm just going to build out this slide here. Not that one. Step back. So, first year being an MVP, been working with Active Directory Azure AD for a few decades now. And as you can probably tell, I don't do a lot of streaming stuff or presentations where we're trying to go hybrid here. But I'm part of ID Pro, which is a identity professional organization. I work on the body of knowledge there. And also I have a blog, Eric on Identity. Currently work at Sempris, make a identity threat detection response product for Active Directory Azure AD. Yeah, just really have a passion for identity, and appreciate the folks that are coming out today as we get things going here. And yeah, thank you, everyone. So you wanna?
Already. Okay, in the meantime, thanks to Marcia and Sainu. They're from Brazil and Bangladesh. Cool. So yeah, we also want to say a big thanks to our sponsors as part of the protocol, and really appreciate all the help and support from Microsoft, from this office, particularly for the Microsoft Reactor for this space. To Wen here, thank you. And we also thanks to Dion and Molly for all the logistics with this event. We also want to thank Widom, the company I work for, and a few of the speakers here and people in the room. As part of the company, we're here to support. We also have over there a table with some swag that you can, feel free to grab some in the room if you are in person. And we also thank to the Azure New York Community Meetup, which we have Suji. Hey, so he is the leader, one of the leaders and organizers of this meetup. I know some of you are already part of this group. And for all those who are not engaged with the meetup, this is a big opportunity to meet with him and probably get information and get engaged with the next meetups here if you are local. Already, Eric, do you want to introduce our staff?
Yep. So yeah, here's our speaker lineup for today. So first, we're going to actually be speaking with Gwen, doing a bit of a interview of her. Then on to Max, Anish, Steve, and Mona. And we have slides that have their presentation titles and whatnot as we get into those. Yeah, so 4 or 5 quality sessions hopefully for folks today. And we'll also have a break within there to sort of socialize, network, whatnot with speakers and amongst everyone. So, which, yes, dinner. So that actually leads into the agenda. So, a bit redundant, but welcome everyone. So the panel keynote is going to be talking to Gwen about forecasting the future of the cloud. And then Max with lessons learned, how to grow your Azure presence and reduce your on-prem IT footprint. React and Reactor and ASP.NET Core, how to Azure your apps with confidence, dinner networking, app services, ACA, ACI, AKS, OMI, how to choose the right container host platform for your application. And then we're ending with a security session from Mona, using CI/CD pipelines to update security content in your scene.
All right. Just a friendly reminder for people here in person and on the streaming, our code of conduct, very, we really encourage you to seek and provide all, everyone a respectful environment and, managing all the ethic that we all, I'm pretty sure we have, and I don't think we're going to have any problem with that. But just in case if you ever have anything to report, we are here to support. Please let us know, and we will assure that we all enjoy the event today. Next. Already, there are a few prizes that if you want to participate, you can fill this form. There is this QR that you can take a picture, scan with your phone and fill out. The information is there. And so this is due Saturday 13, which today, yeah 13. So the event, actually, I'm glad I said that. So this event, in the last few years, we are having like a flexible 3 days where all the communities around the world are organizing a conference. We did this half afternoon, right? But other groups in other communities in different countries might have a 3-day full event or 2-day or just one full day. So also, if you go to www.globalazure.net, you can see all the different locations in the US and outside in different countries and other continents. You can explore the agenda. If you want to join 2 other events, you are more than welcome to do that and participate with other communities and learn more about different topics. So definitely do that. All right. Everyone got a picture? Alrighty, we can go back to the slides later if so.
So first up, at the bottom of the hour, so in a few minutes, we'll start our keynote sort of interview here with Gwen, forecasting the future of the cloud.
Gwen, can you hear us? We cannot hear you on YouTube. Or you guys are getting ready.
Are folks, if you're watching the stream, you able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi everyone, can people hear us? Let us know in the chat.
Yep,
We're
they can.
good?
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. We're now testing out a little hybrid thing, so we can start. I'm cool
Yeah, okay.
starting if we want to start.
Well, maybe
So if
I
you-
can speak for a minute.
Do you want me to sit in the middle? Is there like a
Well, because we were going to share a mic because we only got the two for the streaming.
so I'll sit over here?
Yeah, if you're
All
going
right,
to sit
cool.
over there and then
It's kind of not
make
centered.
sure
though.
that we're.
There we go. I find these chairs uncomfortable. Like
Yeah.
high chairs. All right, cool. All right.
Oh,
Think people can hear me?
okay.
Did you get one of the indoor mic thingies?
Oh, here. Why don't you just use the?
So I think that's gonna help
the
them
microphone?
hear. Oh yeah, that's awesome.
I think this is for.
Yeah, there you
For
go.
us.
That works
Well,
better.
so, wait. Why? Yeah, just be really close to that.
We'll speak loud. We'll speak up.
Say yes, what it's kind of.
Ready to go?
You ready?
Yeah.
What?
Wait, something happened. Hello.
Yeah.
What happened? We turned the lights on. No way. There it is. There we
Oh,
go.
there we go.
I don't know what that was. All right. Cool.
All right. So, appreciate you taking the time today, Gwen, to join us for the panel of one interview here. But no, I mean, just sort of following you and your YouTube channels and everything like that. See that you have a lot of passion for cloud,
Mhm.
cloud advocate.
Mhm.
Kind of before we start talking about the future of cloud and your
Right.
thoughts on that, you want to just kind of fill us in on your
Introduce
Your background?
myself.
Yeah.
Give us the spiel. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, my name is Gwen. I've been at Microsoft for almost 2 years now. I started in June of 2021. But we've had like so many reorgs, so it feels like 10 years. But it's like I don't know if anyone else here works in a place that does reorgs all the time, but it feels like I've had so many different teams and such. So it's very dynamic. Prior to that, I was cloud engineer, sysadmin, help desk. I started working at an Apple store selling phones and kind of worked my way up. And at some point in my cloud engineer gig, I started a YouTube channel just to use as documentation purposes because we had a small team. And the easiest way for me to share information with others was kind of just recording stuff. And that's how I got into the whole kind of networking with people who worked at Microsoft because they would essentially use my stuff for documentation purposes as well. And that I kind of leveraged that to get the role here. I do a lot of teaching, a lot of community stuff. I have a lot of passion for teaching. I'm a college dropout, and it's a quite unique way of getting into tech. So I feel like whenever I can lend a hand and help with whatever I can, I try to do that as much as possible. Yeah, I spend my days doing things like this, demos, workshops, documentation, some tool work. Like we recently released the Azure Developer CLI. This mic is going in and out. I don't know what it is. Had some work on that. I'm a .NET developer. I don't know if I'm proud to say that, but I am a .NET developer. And yeah, it's primarily how I spend my days. I do some stuff on YouTube too, and because that's the easiest way to reach many people, right? These events are cool, but sometimes, you know, getting to New York or getting to somewhere might not be accessible for people in other countries or whatever that is. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with this, but I'll try to speak up louder when this is not working. Does it work? No. All right.
Yeah, do you want to try it? No,
That one doesn't
this
seem to be working either.
No.
All right. Well, I guess we speak up.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that's me. And if anyone has any questions at any point, let me know. I'll try to provide some sort of insight.
Go for the next question. If the microphone works.
Can they hear us fine online? Did you check the comments there?
Yeah, I just sent a question through the chat to asking for feedback. So
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
haven't seen any comments, but for all of you in the streaming, if we're having any trouble, please let us know.
Yeah.
All right. So when so we're thinking it's almost unavoidable these days to talk about Azure in cloud without talking about AI, right, guys?
Yeah.
So we're very curious about your take on AI, perhaps what you see as the more tangible and in the near term relative to Azure and cloud in general.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think I hear that every single day. It's like, because I talk a lot with level 100, 200, so people getting into the space, and a lot of the questions lately have been like, is it even worth pursuing a career in tech in general? Is this working? All right. Let me turn this one off though. So yeah, a lot of the questions are like, is it even worth pursuing a career in tech if with AI, like AI is going to do everything for us? I like to think that the immediate opportunity is just leverage it. Once I heard someone say like, AI is not going to replace you, but someone using AI will. And I 100% believe like that's kind of the short-term advice that I like to provide. There's Copilot and everything. I mean, if you open up a bag of chips, you're probably going to find Copilot like there. So I would say that's the kind of like the immediate opportunity, understanding how you can leverage this to become more productive. Long term, what does it mean for all of our careers? Who knows? But I guess what we can do now is be smart with our money and make smarter decisions when it comes to what we learn and stuff like that. But I think right now the optimistic person in me is just like, okay, how do I learn this? How do I prompt engineering? There's a new prompt engineering course by Deep Learning AI. If you haven't checked it out, it's like an hour. I highly recommend it. It's free. It tells you kind of how to get the most out of working with these AGIs out there and how to like learn more of that. And yeah, honestly, just try to introduce into your daily workflow as much as you can, but continue understanding that you are the professional. It still makes lots of mistakes. I use Copilot every single day. It makes many, many mistakes. And it will get better, but it only gets better if we use it. So our knowledge is still the priority and the most important part. And for people who are new, I think, you know, I look back at it. It took me from 2014 to I started Microsoft in 2021. So we're thinking about 6 years. I probably could have cut that journey in half, leveraging the tools that exist now. So for the people who are new, wanting to get into space, maybe you're on the live stream or something like that, look to that as an opportunity. I don't know. I just always feel like jobs are always going to be available. We just have to adapt, and that's like one of the best things about being in tech is we always have the opportunity to learn something new. And I'm pretty sure they've said like, oh, programming is dead many times in the past like 20, 30 years. How long has programming been around? Like 40 years? Probably more, right? I'm sure there was some other stage where people were like, yeah, right, like yeah. So okay, that's way more then. And I'm sure people were like, oh, programming's over, and for whatever reason. So this isn't the first time something like this has happened. But yeah, I guess let's embrace it. Let's use it. Let's become more productive, and that's that.
Cool.
Yeah.
You're not worried about toasters taking over and attacking you or anything like that?
Who knows? Who knows? I mean, if it does the job better than I do, then maybe the toaster does deserve to run it, right?
Awesome. So pivoting a bit away from AI, on the Cloud Advocate site, looking at your profile, one of the things on there is talks about that you're a SME and serverless PaaS sort of stuff. So just kind of curious, like, with that journey, working with customers, advocating for PaaS and serverless, like, what do you see sort of like the hurdles out there, like that organizations have? Are there patterns to that, and any advice for orgs trying to kind of move away from that monolith infrastructure to serverless?
Yeah, I'm very opinionated in this space, but not probably the reason that most people think. Serverless has sort of like this reputation of, especially people who are in the space, are like, everything has to be serverless, like replace absolutely everything now. I don't share that sentiment. I think even monoliths, like I don't really see monoliths as bad things. I know like if you use like tech social media, LinkedIn, Twitter, people get lots of engagement saying like monoliths are dead, microservices all the time, to containerize everything. But the reality is that these things will exist for forever, pretty much, until we decide to stop programming or whatever. I think there are design patterns that fit for different systems for a reason. There are pros and cons for everything. It's not a one fit all kind of thing. I think what is the interesting opportunity with serverless is definitely like most companies will have monoliths in the first place, and if you want to build something new that's like a very specific feature, I think serverless really does shine there, especially if you want to be a little bit more nimble, if you have a smaller team. So I was working at an energy startup, all C# monoliths, and we're not even talking like the new fun .NET stuff. This is like older .NET stuff. But they had some sort of service that would generate some reports for them, and they had all their senior engineers kind of just working on these systems 24/7, importance of systems, and they were working full time on that, and they didn't have anyone to come on and build new things. So at that time, I was learning Azure, I was learning .NET, and my manager was really cool. So like having really cool managers is like 75% of advancing in a career. As much as we'd like to contribute the fact that like, yeah, we're super smart, we can learn anything, having people help you along the way is one of the most important things. But I had a really cool manager, and he was like, hey, if you can figure out how to automate this process, that'd be awesome. And that's kind of like your thing to do. So that is when I was introduced to Azure Functions. I don't know, has anyone used Azure Functions here? Yeah? Okay, cool. So some people have used Azure Functions. And I had no idea what any of it was, but I just documentation, YouTube, all that kind of stuff. And then I built an automation process that took something that was manually done in 20 hours of work to something that was cut down to like 2 minutes of automatic work over the week. It saved them money and stuff like that. And it was all built from functions. But I had no idea that, oh, this is a serverless thing. I was just like, this is what is available. I'm going to use it. It's the thing that I can own end to end and not have to involve too many other engineers and things like that. So I would like for kind of like the mindset to be more of like, okay, so when it fits, it's a good fit. And if it doesn't, let's not try to shove it into where it needs to fit in. And overall, just be open to like, okay, maybe this is good here. This is going to be good here. Because we all know like event-driven architecture might not be the best fit for everyone. It could be expensive if you're using it in ways that other system designs would probably be a better fit. That's my spiel on that.
That's a good spiel on it. Honestly, I think a lot of times when I talk to folks who you think serverless is past things. I mean, in what you're saying, and it never even really came into my mind that something like Azure Functions, right, is considered serverless,
Yeah.
and yeah, that it's not just. I suppose maybe sometimes people would only have a narrow band of things that they would consider serverless, and not look at the broader stuff. So that's some good insight. So a bit away from the tech and more into the career side of things. So. Again, you're a huge advocate for people getting into the cloud. Kind of curious from like that career journey, and I've watched some of your videos, helping folks kind of understand how to get into the cloud. Do you see there anything specific for trying to say get into Azure versus like AWS or GCP, or is it kind of all the same from like an entry level perspective, or kind of, I guess, what are your thoughts on moving to cloud?
Yeah, that's got to be one of the most popular questions too. Like AWS or Azure, what do I learn? I always tell people you need to reverse engineer it from what job you want to go to, and that is going to be specific to where you can land a job. So whether that be, and landing a job here in New York is going to look different than landing a job in a completely different city, country, state, however you want to change that up. Like I always get the question like, do I need a degree? Well, I'm like, well, does that matter where you live? If it does, then you need one. If it doesn't, then you probably don't. Like you can probably figure it out, right? So I'm a big fan of reverse engineering from. Grab the post, the job listing. It's on LinkedIn, it's on Indeed, whatever it is. If it says Azure, go for Azure. If it says AWS, go for AWS. If it says GCP, if it says either, I think that's great too. Then kind of lean into the next filter is what do you have more communities surrounded around you? I think if you have more Azure meetups, if you have more people that know Azure around you, do you have more people who know AWS? Like that availability to lean into having help, I think is the next criteria that feels more important. And third, I think if you still can't pick, I usually tell people to go with Azure because then they can watch my channel and they can learn. But that I mean that more to say that you can kind of pick anything, and if you know your basics, you can probably translate that into another cloud. They're all very similar. They all have very similar services with different naming, so it's syntax that you'd have to overcome and understand. But the basics, like of networking, the basics of some programming, the basics of using CLIs, DevOps practices, like that's going to be universal. So yeah, that's kind of the step-by-step that I tell people to use to figure out what to learn.
Cool. Just kind of follow up there. I mean, with that career journey for those also that are maybe interested in getting into cloud, is there any sort of step career that might be useful for them, like to get into, because I mean, I think a lot of folks want to sort of move up and have aspirations, but in that you got to start somewhere, right? I answered the phone for an ISP when I was in the late 90s.
Yeah.
So yeah, just kind of curious what you see now as like those entry level positions.
Yeah, so that's a question I get a lot too. I think it starts with understanding where you're at, because there could be like you could be making, I don't know, 80 grand a year doing something that you completely hate. You want to pivot into tech, and then if I tell you go work at help desk, you potentially may not be able to make those 80K to start, and you might have a family or all those types of things to consider. So your path might be a little different. But if you're like starting from scratch and you can kind of go any way you want to, I'm a big fan of starting a help desk. I love support roles. Well, I hated my support role when I was in it, but looking back at it, it was a very big impact on my career, because you have like a wide range of like very high level skill sets. So you potentially could be doing, especially now, like if a support role has some sort of Active Directory, there's potential that you have stuff like 365, that you have some Azure stuff in there that you can get exposure to in your support role. And obviously there's other things like, printers are the absolute worst. I used to work, has anyone ever worked with like industrial size printers? Yeah, right. I used to have to, I learned my lesson there. They had the Ryko printers, and those have those massive tubes of toner, right? But the place I worked with was a nonprofit, so obviously these printers are like not high class. They're never paying for maintenance. The maintenance was me. And they also had this, like, you had to wear business casual clothing, so I would always wear like a button up long white shirt. And one day, like, I was popping off the toner from that Ryko, because you have to kind of like pull it out, and then it spills all the time, but I had gotten to like, okay, I kind of know it's trick, but one day it just poof all over me. So there's like toner all over me. And then I got to go unplug the phones over here. And then they call, no one ever logs a ticket. Yeah, I get it. No one logs a ticket. Everyone comes up to you. But there's a lot that you learn in those types of roles that I carry into my role now in Microsoft, like documentation, ticketing systems, being able to talk to people, being able to have proper communication with the team is a very underappreciated skill, I think, from a beginner's point of view. Managers will tell you like, hey, if you're my manager and we can have conversations where we're on the same page, you're going to appreciate that a lot more than someone who's difficult to work with, and that's going to open up many more opportunities for you too. And those things you develop really under the pressure, because when someone's really upset at you because their laptop doesn't work and you're the person who has to fix it, you're going to develop some tough skin, but also ability to like speak to someone, and that all starts from help desk. From there, like there's a lot of stepping stones. You can do help desk, sysadmin, help desk, network admin, kind of like that second gig, and then I like to call them like stepping stones, and then go cloud support, cloud admin, and then kind of niche up. I like to say that like roles themselves, titles don't matter when you're getting started. They matter the more you niche up, the more you specialize. But there's many ways to do it as long as people are willing to, do a year of like, okay, I gotta kind of like do kind of like the grunt work until I figure out what I want to do. Yeah, but there's like many possibilities now, and it's a great field to be in, I would say. Tech, if like a traditional college route is not your thing for whatever reason.
Cool. Awesome. You open to taking questions if folks
Yeah, of
have
course.
any, or?
If anyone has any questions, I don't know if they have
Yeah.
questions in the chat.
Actually, let me check.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna check real quick, but if somebody in the room has a question. So we actually have a question here. So
Here.
let me look here.
So you can get it.
And then, thank you. Hold on. Okay, Venkatesh, what do you think is an effective way for business to adopt foundation models in generative AI and personalize them with their specific data without exposing the data outside their environment?
Jeez, that's an involved question. I don't think anyone has figured that out. I don't think we've even figured that out. Like security is always a big thing, right? I'm not going to even try to act like I'm an expert on that. I would say that like, all those AGI kind of stuff and like embracing Copilot has been around for a couple of months and like public mainstream kind of thing. So I would say like, let's not, was it Samsung recently that people got fired because they put their code base into it? I heard something like that. I think it was Samsung. So I'd say before we kind of like hop into embracing these things, let's research on it. I don't think anyone has like a solid answer on that though. But it's interesting to hear that people are already trying to do more in that space. There's definitely ways that you can make yourself productive from like developer or as someone who's leveraging these things. But I don't know about. Let's be careful with what's sensitive. I'll say that. Yeah.
Cool. And actually, I think we have a few questions in the room. We'll go around here. I'll just pass the mic back to.
Let's see if this works. Hold on.
Cloud Challenge.
Hello?
Part of Build.
Hello?
This Microsoft Learn Cloud Challenge coming up. In response to her question about how do you get into the cloud.
Oh, this one
I
works.
personally found that Microsoft Learn module
No.
is a really
Yeah.
good way of
It's for the stream?
specific technology.
Yeah. So.
This is for the room.
Oh. Okay.
Starts May 23rd.
May 23rd. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of sessions that build on that,
Yeah.
generative AI.
No, this is more on like how do you get into the cloud.
So it was more just well,
Comment?
and like the learn challenges coming up. Right, you
Oh,
can
yeah,
get
there's a bunch of
the
those.
codes for like taking a free certification exam, whatnot.
Certifications are great.
Certification. Yep.
You touched upon learning stuff for new developers.
Mhm.
How about people who are experienced developers and they want to build up continuous learning in the existing environment when they are working,
Mhm.
and at the same time be able to learn fast, because at the same time they have to learn what the job they have to cope up with, but also learning new stuff so that they can be good in the market.
So you're asking, as an experienced developer, how do you sort of balance your work and also learning new things? I mean, you're an experienced developer for a reason. Like you're where you're at. I would say probably because somehow you've been managing this in some way. I think so. I think there's actually like two opportunities there. I think the more senior you are, the more impact you can create by mentoring people levels lower to you. And I think that's probably going to give, that's like a pretty unique, because no one really wants to be mentored by a junior level kind of person. Like that's like a unique thing for more seniority, right? So I think embracing that, if you haven't already, I think that might open a lot of paths for you as well. But two, we are sort of seeing kind of, so I don't want to say this AI thing is new, but the way it's available and the way it's like, Copilot, GitHub Copilot is a thing. What's the AWS one? Code Whisper? Has anyone heard of AWS Code Whisper? Has anyone used it? Is it good? I've never used it, but no, I'm being serious. Well, anyway, okay, so go figure out if it is good, right? I think that's like a code. There's I don't know. There's Bard. Take the same way that these things are new for completely new people, they're new for you. So if you can, so how should I phrase it? Okay, so let's think about prompt engineer, for example, or Copilot, right? When you go and you use it on a project, you have subject matter expertise that someone new doesn't. So that means you're probably going to be productive a lot easier and a lot simpler. But that also gives you the opportunity to okay, here's how I learned this. Let me write it up, and you can go and kind of share that along the way. I think that's important too. I think it's more so you already know how to teach yourself things, plus you already have your expertise. I think there's more opportunity, more so in how do you scale that instead of how do you give more for yourself. I think that's the immediate opportunity. But you're an expert already for a reason, so I think you'll be pretty fine if you kind of just upscale on these things that are new.
One more question.
Yeah, I think we take one more, and then we got to get ready for Max. So,
thank you. So, in 2022 end, there was edge computing was the biggest trend in cloud. So, what would you guess for the future trends? What would that be with regards to architecture or technology in cloud?
Monoliths are making a comeback, in my opinion. I think, did everyone see that Amazon Video Prime? They're buy serverless, we're back to monoliths. I think we had such a hard, and that's the thing, I blame social media, but we have such hard shifts from, okay, we have this thing and it's working great, but someone brings up this new term and suddenly we'll have to shift to that. And then we all realize oh, maybe somewhere in the middle is going to be a better opportunity. I don't think microservices are going to be a thing. Serverless is going to be a thing. Monoliths are going to be a thing. So let's just embrace all of them. What's next? I don't really know. We're probably going to grab something that already exists. We're probably going to find a new name for monoliths, to be honest, right? And then that's probably going to be this is the best. This is what everyone needs to move to. Yeah, I'm not in the business of trying to predict anything. I feel like we've been around. We, as in this tech space, have been around for years for a reason. And there's things that are just trusted and work. Classic virtual machines work for a reason, and they're security compliance reasons and things like that are going to stick around. Yeah, I don't really know what trends. Probably, I don't know, probably some AGI with monoliths. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, these things are around for a reason. So, yeah, hopefully nothing new. I don't know. There's too much to learn now. Yeah. So we good?
Yeah, and you're hanging around for.
Yeah, I'll be around.
Yeah,
Feel free to ask me.
More questions for Gwen.
Be happy to answer. I'm
Well, thank you so much, Gwen.
Well, thank you.
Participating with us on the panel.
And we're gonna continue with, oh, it's
Yeah.
working. Oh, kind of weird. And we're gonna continue with our first session. So we have Max here with the topic lessons learned, how to grow your Azure presence and reduce your on-premises Active Directory footprint. I'm pretty sure we all have
questions for you, Max. So,
All right.
yeah, that's a start.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Diana and Eric, for setting this up. Thanks, Microsoft, for organizing this event. What's going on here? Is it this one? No. All right, is that better?
Yeah, it's a bit.
A little bit better?
How loud can you talk?
Yeah, I can be loud.
Do you want just to turn that one
This
off?
one? All right, can you guys hear me okay? Yeah. All right. So
Yes.
I'm Max Hervé. I'm a cloud architect at Witham. So today we're going to talk about how to grow your Azure presence and reduce your on-prem footprint. Mostly going to talk about reducing on-prem Active Directory footprint. So just before we get started here, quick introduction on my side. Originally from France, moved to the US about 10 years ago. So this is where I'm from. This is a region called Brittany. If you're not familiar with Brittany, it's one of the 6 Celtic nations. Very strong culture, strong identity, own Celtic language. So very unique piece and part of France. In terms of my career, I've been working in IT for about 15 years. Started as a SharePoint consultant. So I was doing mostly SharePoint backend infrastructure, load balancing, SQL Server, Windows Server, and so forth. Then I moved on to Exchange Server Consulting, then did Link Consulting, and then I moved on to Microsoft Cloud, so both 365 and Azure. So I've been very lucky to touch all the Microsoft products and see how they interact with each other. So I've got a lot of experience in terms of integration, both on-prem and in the cloud. So I think we already asked you guys who is in the room earlier, but I think there's new people. So do we have any IT pros in the room today? No? All right. Any developers? Awesome. Any project managers? Okay. Technical decision makers, CIOs? Okay. Are we missing any role here? All right. So that's good. So got a good mix of people here. So just have a quick introduction of my company. So I work for Witham. So Witham is a tax audit and advisory company. I work for Witham Digital specifically. We're the Microsoft practice within Witham. So we've done about 600 deployments to the cloud. So that includes Azure and Microsoft 365. We currently have 2 MVPs on staff. Our team is over now 50 consultants. So we're both on the West Coast, East Coast, as well as in India. And altogether, we've been Microsoft Gold partners for 18 years. So now we're Microsoft Solutions Partner, and we're also a direct CSP. All right, so here's the agenda for today. So we'll start with an introduction on why do you want to reduce your on-prem footprint and grow your Azure presence. We'll talk about the different phases to move to Microsoft Cloud. I'll show you kind of a high-level journey to get there. I'll show you some tips in terms of prioritizing your migration to the cloud. I'll spend a lot of time on discovery and assessment, tips and tool sets. So to me, I believe that you need to spend a lot of time on the discovery to make sure that your migration is going to be successful. So it's a very key category to cover today. And then I'll get into some case studies, right? So as a consultant, I'm able to work with all sorts of clients, small, medium, large, all sorts of verticals. So I'll share you some kind of real-life examples of what I've seen in the field. And then we'll wrap it up and do some Q&A. All right, so let's start with why do you want to reduce your on-prem footprint and grow your Azure presence? So if you think about Active Directory is almost 25 years old, right? So it's an older technology. The new workforce entering the market right now does not truly understand Active Directory. They may be familiar with like the basic tasks, but when it comes to like more of the foundational knowledge of Active Directory
AD sites, domains and services, replication. I think that knowledge is kind of lost at this point with the new generation. So ultimately, it's going to be more and more complex to manage on-prem Active Directory. Additionally, there's of course costs associated with that, right? There's a lot of security issues with on-prem AD, known issues, and in most cases, AD is not clean, right? AD has been built many years ago by the company, often not using best practices. They don't have the right tool set in place to kind of make sure that everything is nice and secure. So you really want to, again, move off of on-prem AD for those main reasons. Ultimately, right, on-prem AD was built, again, 25 years ago in an on-prem world for on-prem users. Now we're in a cloud-based world, a hybrid world, and obviously Azure AD is going to be better suited for end users working from anywhere in the zero trust approach. So ultimately, it will increase productivity and security for the end users. So what is preventing you from going to the cloud? So every time I talk to customers, they really don't know where to start. I feel like they're overwhelmed with the amount of information that they have, or there's also the fact that they don't really know what they have, right? So they find the whole process overwhelming. They don't have like a clear direction in terms of what they want to accomplish. They know they have some Azure maybe components. They know they want to grow it. They just don't know where to start. Some of the customers I work with actually have a clear picture in terms of what they want to accomplish, but they run into technical hurdles. Right? I think a lot of customers are sometimes unrealistic in terms of expectations. They think it's going to be kind of a easy and straightforward process to go from point A to point B. In reality, there's so many moving pieces that they can hit technical hurdles. All right, so now let's start going into the phases to move to Microsoft Cloud. So here's the very first phase, which is cloud attached. So I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, already probably passed that stage. So in that stage, you've got essentially a Microsoft 365 subscription and Azure AD subscription. You have all your identities on-prem, most likely synchronized to the cloud using Azure AD Connect. Your machines are on-prem AD joined, traditional, no hybrid or anything like that at this stage. And again, your user provisioning is happening on premises. So that's typically, essentially company purchases Microsoft 365 subscription. They start synchronizing identities using Azure AD Connect, and that's kind of what that stage looks like. So then we start going into hybrid mode, right? So hybrid mode is really kind of the first phase when you start thinking about reducing your actual on-prem footprint. So you may start running single sign-on within Azure AD. You may start joining machines to Azure AD, doing hybrid Azure AD join, right? So I don't know if everybody's familiar with Azure AD join, hybrid Azure AD join, but so hybrid Azure AD join is essentially a machine that's joined to a on-prem domain, but that's also registered to the cloud. So if you have a hybrid Azure AD join machine, you can do things such as conditional access, for example. Right, that machine is going to be recognized as let's say, a compliant device in the cloud, and you can apply cloud policies to that on-prem machine. So that's usually kind of a good way to start. And you're gonna start exposing maybe some of your legacy applications that are on-prem to the cloud. So you could use like application proxy, for example. And again, you're going to be able to have secure access from anywhere to those legacy applications that still reside on-prem. So once you're in hybrid, and again, you start to grow that Azure presence, you're going to have to start switching your focus to cloud first, right? You don't want to keep investing in your on-prem network. You don't want to keep growing that footprint. So in cloud first, in terms of devices, you may start doing some Azure AD joint devices, right? So if you have remote employees, and you need them to be part of the organization, you need to make them corporate devices. Maybe at this stage, you're going to, again, join them to Azure AD instead of joining them to the domain. So again, in terms of policies and securing the device, those devices are going to pull from the cloud instead of from on-prem. So that's going to be when you're going to be starting some of that work. A good a good practice to do also when you get to that stage is, of course, to introduce Intune, because Intune is going to start replacing a lot of the capabilities that you're currently providing using on-prem AD solutions. After Cloud First, you get to AD Minimized. So AD Minimized really means you either have moved all of your applications to the cloud or you have a plan to move them. So you really have the full picture. You're running the bulk of your applications in the cloud. You may still be running like the traditional on-prem services like DHCP, DNS, all those services that are still tightly integrated with AD. You still need to make them go away. But that's a very good stage to be in. It's a hard stage to get in, that's for sure. Like in my experience, it can really take a long time to get to that AD minimized phase. And lastly, kind of the holy grail is the 100% cloud. In my experience, I've only been able to do it with about 5 customers, like fully 100% cloud. So a lot of customers get to that like 90, 95%. But they still have that on-prem AD. Even if it's a small footprint, it's still a footprint. So again, very hard to get to. And again, it's not necessarily mandatory to get there, right? You may be keeping applications on-prem for whichever regulations you must follow. So I'm not saying that this is where you want to be necessarily. You may just go into this particular mode, and it might actually might work out for your company. All depends on your specific goal as well from the business side. So here's what the high-level journey looks like. So in terms of the very first step is you're going to actually take care of your Azure AD tenant first, right? And you're gonna want to secure your tenants. So by default, as you guys know, Azure AD comes out with a lot of different settings, a lot of different controls. You're going to be moving more and more workloads into Microsoft Cloud, and they're all going to leverage the Azure AD backend and Azure AD directory. So what I really recommend you guys to do first is to do a health check of your Azure AD. Make sure it's nice and secure. Make sure it meets your requirements. I see a lot of companies, again, they kind of skip that step. They're like, oh, we have Azure AD. We've had it for a couple of years. We're good. Let's start moving stuff to the cloud. No, definitely spend a lot of time on the security piece. Then you're going to start implementing cloud-first approach. So as I said earlier, right, in terms of devices, no more domain joins. So those devices are going to be Azure AD joined directly, right? You don't want to grow that on-prem footprint. You don't want to keep the same process that you've been using for many, many years. You really want to switch that process and start tapping into the cloud instead. Same for applications, right? For the applications, you're gonna, like, if you're gonna roll out a new application, look at your your options. See if there is a way to maybe get a cloud-based solution. See if there is a way to directly implement modern authentication within your application. But definitely try to avoid any sort of course, on-prem application at this stage. You're gonna move your workloads to the cloud after that, right? So by workloads, we're talking about users, right? We're talking about authentication, user provisioning. Right now, to manage your users, you may be using like a set of PowerShell scripts to do onboarding, offboarding. In on-prem AD, you may be using like AD Manager, like a third-party tool to do that management. That process, of course, will have to be revisited and tap into Azure AD going forward. So in order to do that, Microsoft has a lot of different capabilities that you can leverage. If you have the right license, of course, usually this is gonna be leaning towards more of the P2 license in terms of workflow and automation of creation of users. And also you have third-party tools as well if you want to manage them using that. All right, so how are you going to prioritize your migration to Azure? So I'm listing three different reasons that I've seen in the field. One is going to be upcoming software renewals. So again, if you have a piece of software that's going to be out of support, or the renewal is going to be due in a couple of months, that could be a good candidate for a migration or replacement. So start thinking about look at all your contracts with all the different vendors and see the potential replacements for those applications and what it would take to migrate those to the cloud. There's also the whole consolidation effort piece, right? If you've got an application that's running on multiple physical servers, multiple virtual machines, ultimately you want to reduce on-prem Active Directory, but you also want to reduce the on-prem server footprint. So it could be a good time to do this, right? Try to minimize the amount of servers that you have at the same time you're doing this effort. And lastly, you want to look at the end of support hardware, servers, and applications. Every time I work with customers on the migration to Azure, we run into very old servers that the clients don't even know how they're still running. They're very scared of touching those servers. Typically those servers are running the critical data from what I've seen. So to me, if the client can't sleep because of that old server, that's priority number one. Let's move this to something that's going to be nice and robust in Azure AD, nice and secure. It will run will scale up and down based on demand. I think that's going to be a great fit in terms of good candidates for your initial migrations. All right, so now let's start talking about discovery and assessment. So how do you get started? So the first piece here is going to be business related. And unfortunately, I see a lot of customers tend to forget that piece. And to me, that's a big one, right? So you want to identify stakeholders within your company. You want to talk to HR, you want to talk to sales, you want to talk to finance, and you want to understand what applications they're using and how they're using them, right? Ultimately, everything that we're going to talk about today and everything that I'm covering today is for end users, right? At the end of the day, that's what matters. So even though there's a lot of ways to get there, there's a lot of technical discussions that need to take place, we need to make sure that the end user is going to be happy with the solution. So understand the needs from the business, kind of what the use cases are, and that will give you very good advice to determine what to do with the application. Then, of course, you're going to run your technical assessment. So I'm going to be covering all those tools one by one. There's many tools out there. Those are the tools I typically use, and the reason is they're either open source or free. So again, some of them you need to pay after like 90 days or 180 days. But if you're doing an assessment, obviously you shouldn't take that long. So let's start with Block 64 here. So Block 64 is a Microsoft partner company. They have that software that's going to be analyzing your cloud environment and your on-prem environment. What I really like about this tool is it's going to create a business-ready deck post-assessment. So it's going to be like a 20-25 slide deck that's business-ready. You can share with upper management. You can share with CIO. And it's got a lot of visuals. I'm just showing you some highlights here, but it's going to be looking at supportability, optimization, consolidation. It's also going to look at cost management, right? So obviously, a lot of things are going to change when you move your IT or your on-prem IT footprint to the cloud, including the cost, right? The whole Azure consumption, it's not going to be measured the same. So usually, management, of course, needs to know how much the new solutions are going to cost. And that tool is going to make some recommendations in order to get there. The second pillar that this tool covers is about security and optimization. So it's going to give you some insight in terms of collaboration tools that you're using, your security posture. It's also going to look at your end-of-life client endpoints. So again, going to give you those nice visuals here that you're going to be able to share with executives. And lastly, it's got the business applications insights. I really like this one because it's going to be looking at your on-prem application, and it's going to look at any of those applications that may have connectors within the Power Apps platform. So it's going to give you some tips and see how you could potentially improve your business processes using Power Applications. So I'll talk more about automation later. But again, this kind of covers everything. And usually I like to run this if I'm going to be sharing some information with upper management. The second solution I use is Azure Migrate. So Azure Migrate is going to give you, kind of similar information than what we saw with Block 64. It's going to look at your footprint. What I like about Azure Migrate is it's got that dependency visualizer, which Block 64 does not have. So most of the times when we migrate applications to the cloud and we talk to customers, They either have no documentation of the application, and if they do, it's probably outdated. So again, it's always kind of a challenge to understand how the application was built, how does it talk to other servers, what protocols is it using. So with dependency visualizer, you're going to be able to kind of map this out directly. So as you can see here, you've got a Frontier VM01 machine. It's running multiple services. It's talking to middle tier VM1, VM2 on port 80, also talking to 9 other servers on 443. So obviously that's a pretty simple application here. But when you get into more complex applications, I find that very helpful, right? You're going to be able to take this information and then replicate the networking, the network security groups within Azure based off of that information. So it's going to create that documentation for you. Another tool I'm going to be running is going to be on the Azure AD side, right? If you remember the journey to get to the cloud, the first step is making sure that your Azure AD environment is nice and secure. So if you guys are not familiar with this tool, it's called Scuba. It's made by the Cybersecurity Agency from CISA.gov. It's free. It takes 5 minutes to run. And what I like about this tool is it gives you kind of a rating of your tenants, KPI-based system, green, yellow, and red. And you can easily see, you know, across your Azure AD and as well as your Microsoft 365 subscription, what you need to do. So what I would recommend is run this tool and then look at the specifics. Review them one by one. And the reason I say that is maybe some of those recommendations will not apply to your business, right? So I'm not saying go there and go blindly apply everything that's being recommended. Most of them are very good recommendations, but you still want to, of course, double check and confirm that's going to apply to your business and your regulations that you must follow. The last tool I wanted to show you guys is from Microsoft, available on GitHub, called Azure AD Assessment. So this one is going to be looking at conditional access, but it's also going to be looking at what service principals you're running. It's going to look at certificates and their expiration dates. That's always helpful to know. It's going to look at app consent permissions. So it's going to kind of cover other things that the other tool did not cover. On top of that, it's going to show it's going to make recommendations around conditional access. What I like about this tool is it's going to create actually Power BI reports for you. So you just download Power BI desktop, you open up those reports, and then it's going to be all clickable. You're going to have all those checks done for you. And if you click on the recommendations at the bottom of the page or at the bottom of the report, it's going to send you to the direct link of the Microsoft recommendation from the Microsoft website. So again, you're going to get the best practice from Microsoft, and it's a very good tool to use, and nice and interactive to validate the health of your Azure tenants. All right, moving on to traditional on-prem AD dependencies. All right, so obviously, a lot of clients have, you know, custom applications, applications they've purchased over the years. That's going to be usually unique for each company. But then you also have the traditional AD dependencies. So I've listed a few here. Obviously, there's a few more that the list is not fully exhaustive here. But from what I'm seeing in the field, like clients tend to forget about those services as well. And of course, they're critical to the business, right? What are you going to do with DHCP once your domain controller is gone? Right, so DHCP usually can easily be moved to a firewall or any other network appliance. What are you going to do with your GPOs? From what I see, usually the GPOs that are in the system are mostly outdated. 90% of them can be safely removed. So of course, you need to do an analysis, but that list should be much smaller. Once you have that smaller list, you know, a lot of it is going to go into Intune. And if you guys are familiar with Intune, there's really a lot you can do there, but a lot of them are going to end up in that product. Think about your print services, right? How are you going to deal with printers in the new world? Are you going to do like direct IP printing and bypass the entire server need, or are you still going to need like some sort of printing queue? And if you need a queue, what are you going to do with it? So Microsoft has Universal Print. Don't know if anybody has used Universal Print here. Okay, a couple of times. So that's an option. There's also other vendors like Printix, PrinterLogic that are good as well. My recommendation would be look at the printers that you have, look at the model and the hardware and the firmware that's available. Based off of that, you're going to have probably less options. Maybe you only have 1 or 2 options based on what you have. And the second thing you need to look at is how many jobs are you going to be printing on a monthly basis? Because all the servers have a different, essentially, cost model. So depending on how many users, how many jobs that you need to process, you're probably going to lean towards one product versus the other. So something to keep in mind here, at least 2 or 3 options to investigate. Next, let's not forget about certificates, right? Do you have a PKI infrastructure on-prem? If you do, what are the needs right now? What are you doing with certificates? In terms of the new world and in terms of running everything from Azure AD, I have noticed that the remaining need for certificates in a cloud-based environment typically is for enterprise wireless. So if you are going to get rid of your PKI infrastructure, again, running off of Active Directory certificate services, what are you going to do with certificates in the cloud? So we've used in the past a SaaS-based solution called Skepman. And Skepman is basically going to run a cloud PKI for you, and you're going to be able to essentially issue trusted certificates, pass them through Intune, and then onto the device. So you're going to be able to do that enterprise wireless registration. So it's a good replacement for PKI if you're using it for certificates. I have heard that Microsoft may be coming out with its own cloud PKI within the next couple of years. I don't have much more information about that, but something to keep in mind. There may be another solution from within Microsoft. And lastly, here I've got remote desktop services. So typically, kind of a large on-prem footprint that relies on Active Directory. So of course, you wanna find a replacement for that. First of all, see what's the current need for RDS. What applications are you using? And ultimately, if you're going to do RDS in the cloud, Azure Virtual Desktop will be a very good replacement for it. All right, and the last tools I wanted to show you guys in terms of discovery are about file share analysis. So kind of back to my SharePoint roots where I used to do a lot of deployment on the back end and migrations to the cloud. I used to do a lot of file share analysis. So I'm just recommending a couple free options for you guys. So there's TreeSize, pretty well known, right? It's going to be able to scan your repositories, tell you the sizes, the reports, permissioning, and things like that. What I like about TreeSize, it's also going to give you last accessed dates, which is always very good to know when you're going to start doing a migration. Last modified date is nice to have, but last access date to me is very important as well. Another thing that TreeSize does is it's going to look for duplicates. And when I talk about duplicates, I'm talking about real duplicates that is basically done through a checksum process. Not looking at file names or anything like that, actually looking at the hash values of the files. So TreeSize is going to be able to scan the entire repository and tell you if you have any duplicates. If you do, you're going to be able to deduplicate those files, keep a single copy, and then let's say set up shortcuts automatically using the tool to point to that single version. So very helpful for migration, or before doing a migration, I should say. And then the last tool here is Link Fixer. So Link Fixer is going to be looking at links that are inside your Office documents and other formats as well. So let's say you're going to migrate a file share. You've got those large Excel files used by HR, maybe by finance, pointing to other files on the on-prem network. That tool is going to be able to scan those files and tell you that if you have links inside them, and if you're going to do a migration, it's going to be able to retain the linking between the documents. So a lot of times when I talk to a company and I ask, do you have any links within the documents? 99% of the time they say, no, we don't have links like that. We just have regular Word, regular Excel. Then what happens is you run the migration and end users complain day one, like, oh, we're clicking here and we can't get to our file. Our data is gone. And again, it's a pretty bad day usually. So now as a best practice, I run Link Fixer. Doesn't matter what I'm being told. I run it as a kind of a due diligence process. And again, it's going to give you kind of a report like that. And again, the free trial will get you a list of links that you have. So if you don't have links, then perfect. You can just proceed. But definitely a good thing to do before doing any sort of file share migration. All right, moving on to some of the case studies I've worked on for the last couple of years. First one was a law firm, about 3,000 users in New York City. Their current state was running SCCM and domain joined devices. The end state for that company was to actually go full cloud. So they have the full clear picture. They know where they want to go. You know, some companies, as I said earlier, they don't really know what their end state will be. For those that particular company, they know they want to go full cloud. Obviously, there's going to be multiple phases to get there. And the first phase for them was to decommission SCCM and leverage Intune instead. So what did we do with the devices, right? The devices that were already in the office, that were on-prem AD joined, we hybrid Azure AD joined them. So by doing that, they were able to get essentially imported into Intune, right? So Intune is, again, going to replicate your policies from on-prem AD. And the new devices, or the remote devices, were Azure AD joined. So we ended up using kind of a combination of the two. Couple highlights here. Get the sequencing right. So, I just talked about the file shares. Now I'm talking about Intune. Usually when you do a migration, there's always going to be some sort of file share involved. So can Intune essentially push file share drive mappings? Yes, it can. Do you want to do it across 3,000 users, 3,000 devices, most devices being shared devices? You do not want to do that. We found this configuration to be very unstable. If you think about it, Intune is allowing you to deploy file share mappings using essentially custom code and custom scripts. It's not something that's natively being provided. So instead of kind of having to deal with headaches and kind of that unpredictable behavior, I highly recommend you migrate your file share first before you start rolling out Intune. Another big one is what are you going to do with your remote devices, right? Again, you're trying to get them under control, right? So I've seen companies try to do the hybrid Azure AD join for remote devices. So think about it, right? Your ultimate goal is going to be Azure AD join devices. Hybrid Azure AD join is easy if you're on-prem, and the reason it's easy is your machine can talk to the domain controller, so it can easily get registered as a hybrid Azure AD join device. However, if you're a remote device, well, the machine cannot talk to the domain controller unless it's on the VPN. So first of all, you gotta get the user on the VPN. And who's gonna read the email from IT? Probably not a lot of people. So that's the first challenge. Even if they stay on the VPN, there's a lot of scripts that are gonna run on a different schedule. So the user would need to be on for several hours to get this to work properly. So it's gonna be a hassle. So instead of going to that kind of middle ground and knowing that you already need to go to Azure AD join, highly recommend that you skip hybrid for remote users and go Azure AD join direct only. A few different ways to get to Azure AD join direct. I mean, we could do a whole session about that. Autopilot is one of the good ways to do it if you can to deploy those new devices or reimage those new devices. And lastly, when you do a migration, especially of devices from like on-prem AD to Azure AD, don't forget the user profile migration, right? If you're going from on-prem AD to Azure AD, that's going to do a user profile migration. The user is going to log in with Azure AD credentials, and then when the user does that, it's going to create a brand new user profile on the PC. So think about that. There's ways to keep that data and do a user profile migration. Like we've used Forensic, for example, many times. It's a very good tool that allow you to automate that. But don't forget that it can be a fair amount of work as well, like a fair amount of effort as part of your migration. All right, moving on to, let's see here. All right. Second one is about a construction firm I worked with, I think, about a year ago. And since then, I've been working with a lot of different construction firms. So this applies typically to all construction firms, what I'm seeing. So construction firms, obviously, they have large file shares, or they're heavy users of AutoCAD files. That particular company did not want to go 100% cloud. Their goal was, we need to move those file shares to the cloud. Did they care if it was like SharePoint, Azure? No, they get them out of on-prem. We want to use Microsoft, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much what we're dealing with. So for end state here, I think the corporate and personal data ended up being pretty straightforward, right? We ended up going to SharePoint, we ended up going to OneDrive and Teams, right? Depending on the nature of the content. What I really like about that, obviously, you get the functionality from SharePoint, you get the versioning, you get the recycle bin. It's kind of built into the product, real-time co-authoring, things like that. Of course, licensing, right? So a brand new, a tenant is going to get a terabyte of storage within SharePoint Online, plus 10 gig per licensed user. So depending on the size of the company, you can get a fair amount of storage within Microsoft 365 and SharePoint Online specifically. The issue here was, again, the construction files, and we run into multiple issues here. The first one is AutoCAD, right? So AutoCAD does not work extremely well in SharePoint Online. Let's call it that way. There's a visualizer where you can essentially preview those documents and see them, but in terms of interacting with the actual AutoCAD file and having that software talk to the document in SharePoint Online, it's not going to cut it. So AutoCAD ended up being sent to Azure File Share. In Azure File Share, you're going to have multiple tiers, right, of storage. The only one that worked well for us was Premium, right? So if you have heavy files, you're going to be talking to them in the cloud from an on-prem client, for example. Highly recommend that you use the premium tier. We also had issues with long file paths. So if you think about construction companies, they're very structured. They have a lot of projects that use like a very specific naming convention. And our first ask is, can you trim those paths? And their answer is like, no, there's no way. An entire company runs based off of that system. So with specific clients like that, that's definitely a no. So if you have a long file path and you move it to SharePoint, migration is going to work fine. What's gonna break is when you're going to synchronize that data onto your local machine using OneDrive. You're going to hit OneDrive limitations, and the sync is going to break. So in order to remediate that specific issue, anything that was long, so for them it was like project-based documents, we had to move that to construction file, to the Azure File Share. Sorry. So I ended up working pretty well for them. I just wanted to highlight one of the limitations of Azure File Share as well here. Is it does not support cloud-based identities right now. So if you're going to deploy Azure File Shares, and if you have on-prem users and you're synchronizing them to the cloud, then you're going to be able to use that. But if you're thinking of, oh, I'm close to being done with my migration, I'm close to converting my users from on-prem and hybrid to full cloud, Azure File Share will not be able to tap into those identities. I think it's more of a current limitation. I wouldn't be surprised if that would be removed at some point. But right now, again, if you're thinking about Azure File Share and if you're thinking about being 100% cloud, it will not work as of today. All right, moving on to a professional service firm worked with over the last, actually very recently, over the last 6 months. So they were running Exchange on-prem, Exchange 2016, had lots of mailboxes, an enormous amount of public folders. Their goal was to go to Exchange Online. Their big picture is to go 100% cloud, but they have so many dependencies. It's not a large company, about like 200 users, but very, very large amount of dependencies for that size of company. So they're taking it kind of like step by step. So the first step is we migrate Exchange, we use Exchange Online, we're still creating users on-prem with a mailbox in the cloud. And that was kind of what we ended up doing there. One issue with Exchange, specifically in terms of removing your on-prem footprint, was Exchange had to stay on a server in order to be supported by Microsoft. And that was like this for kind of the longest time. So could you go into ADSI edit and switch the parameters? Yes, but would it be supported by Microsoft? It was a no. So as a consultant, we stuck with the best practice, which is keeping that Exchange server for management purposes. So what was nice about a year ago, the 2019 CU12 tools came out and allow you to essentially manage your on-prem users and their cloud mailboxes without using an actual Exchange server. So those tools here can be installed on like an admin workstation, Windows 10, Windows 11, not sure if that's supported, but definitely Windows 10. You don't need to run Exchange server. So the catch for this particular client is, so we had to install those tools to, again, get rid of the on-prem Exchange server. In order to do that, you need to actually upgrade your AD forest level. So if you notice here, they were running 2008 R2. 2019 tools, even though we're just installing tools and there's not going to be a server, we still needed to upgrade the forest level to 2012 R2. They had all domain controllers that we had to demote. So my point here is, as you move to the cloud, you may have to take like a step backwards before you can move forward, essentially. And that's very common. Like here, we had to spend more time than expected on kind of cleaning up, upgrading AD, even though ultimately we want to get rid of AD. But that was kind of a mandatory step at this point. So ultimately, now they're running without an Exchange server. The tools are running on a workstation. They're command-based tools, PowerShell tools. So there's a tool here called ERAC from the Community Exchange Recipient Admin Center. It's basically a skin for those scripts, so you can just easily run that from your machine, and you'll be able to do the full-on management of the mailbox and the user using that free tool. All right, so the last case study I have for you guys today is about a labor union. So that labor union was using an application called Labor Power. It's used by more than 500 labor unions in the country. So very niche application, but again, if you're a union in the US, you're most likely using that application. It's a legacy application using legacy auth, must run with Active Directory right now. So not much can be done. It's pretty much the way it is. It's done by a vendor. It was being provided by via RDS infrastructure. So as we said earlier, RDS means large on-prem footprint that we're going to have to find a plan for. The backend was all complicated and old school, using AS400 in the very backend. They have a service that grabs data from the AS400 into a Firebird database, then that's being synchronized to another server, and then it gets exposed to the end user. So we had to move this entire piece to the cloud. That client's end state was to actually go full cloud as well, completely remove on-prem AD. So what we ended up doing here is we ended up using Azure ADDS in the cloud. So I know sometimes there's a lot of confusion between on-prem AD, on-prem AD running in a virtual machine in the cloud, Azure AD, Azure ADDS. There's a lot of different flavors. It can get pretty complicated. So what Azure ADDS is, it's the on-prem AD as a service, right? So you're not going to run servers. You're not going to have to patch those servers, maintain those servers. It's going to run as a service. It does have some limitations, a handful of limitations. The biggest one, in my opinion, is it doesn't support for schema extension. So if you're thinking about an application and like traditional Microsoft applications that support schema extensions are Exchange, for example, Link and Skype for Business also extended the schema. So if your application is going to extend the schema, that solution will not be good for you. But in their case, schema extension was not required. We were able to use Azure ADDS, completely remove on-prem AD. In terms of the application, we are running Azure Virtual Desktop in the cloud. We have a site-to-site VPN from Azure to on-prem to the on-prem firewall, actually, and then the Firebird database is still there, as well as the AS400. So ended up working very well for them to kind of replicate the functionality provided by on-prem AD, leveraging Azure ADDS instead. So something to kind of keep in mind, even like an old, very traditional application can run very well in the cloud. Customer was very happy with the performance of the end result here. All right, so I know we covered quite a bit here. Just wanted to kind of summarize my thoughts on this topic. So the reality here is when you're gonna go to the cloud, it's gonna be a multi-year journey. Right? There's no shortcuts you can take here. You gotta be very strategic. You gotta do, as I said, a lot of discovery, a lot of assessment to have a very solid plan. But again, you're here for the long haul. Another recommendation I like to make is focus on mapping outcomes, not features. So let's say, to give you like an easy example, if you're rolling out like self-service password resets in the cloud or SSPR, think about the load of tickets that should get reduced ultimately by the new solution, right? Help desk is not going to spend time resetting passwords anymore. Users will do it themselves. So there is no middleman to reset a password. It's a lot more efficient. User can do it safely from home. So again, think about the productivity that you're going to gain from that actual feature. So think about the outcome. So you're going to get better security, better zero trust. Again, Azure AD was built in the cloud for the cloud, right? It was built before COVID for post-COVID, essentially. So, we don't talk about personal devices, but again, those are going to be able to access your data securely if you need to. So definitely a key capability there. And the biggest one here, I think, there used to be a lot of discussions about that, not so much anymore, but a lot of people thought that cloud would come out, IT pros would essentially be useless at this point. The cloud is going to do everything for you. What do IT pros do? Oh, they just patch servers and reboot servers when they don't work. Well, I'm happy to say that actually, the opportunities have grown tremendously with the cloud. The overhead is greatly reduced, so your stress levels should go down because the patching, the managing of the environments should really go down at this point. What we end up doing with our customers, we usually provide them with like a scaling plan, and one of the pieces of the scaling plan is to actually maybe retrain some of the IT staff to do like automate power flow type of work, right? So instead of again just kind of like doing the overhead work, I think it's a lot more helpful to, of course, use automation for your resources and ultimately improve the business and the bottom line. So yeah, this is what I wanted to kind of cover for you guys today. I am listing my information on the last slides if it cooperates. So there it is. So I've got there's my email here. I threw a lot of tools at you. So I've got all the different links as well, and we'll be able to share the links and the decks.
We can put the decks
up on. Okay.
Yeah.
So with that said, I'll open it up for Q&A. If you have any questions or any thoughts on what we'd like. Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Where do you find folks are logging their Active Directory logs today? And where are they putting them somewhere? Do you recommend any sort of audit like SIM or anything else to go on with this, or what do you guys recommend?
So do they do it? No, they do not. Should they do it? Yes. We do, of course, Sentinel with Microsoft. Again, I mean,
what do you say to people who think capturing sign-in logs are too expensive?
Well, I mean, security is expensive. But I mean, unfortunately, I've been working with companies that got hacked, and yeah, when they get hacked, they call you in a second, right? And then they end up spending so much money. But selling security services can be a challenge because why do we need it? We're very healthy. So usually, I think it's starting to change a little bit from what I've seen. But even a few years ago, they're really just very reactive, not proactive at all. So if I were to be a CIO, to me that would be my top item, 100%. Yep.
So in environments where high security is supposed to be maintained, even in those cases will be recommend cloud, or those cases will still have on-prem.
For high security environments,
Yeah.
like you mean GCC high, or yeah, I mean. Defense contractors use the cloud on a daily basis. They've got GCC high. I've been lucky enough to work on a couple of those deployments. So yes, 100%. I mean, I feel like if the cybersecurity agencies and the Department of Defense uses that, I think that's a valid reason for any business to use that. And there was a big misconception at the beginning that, oh, my on-prem environment is a lot more secure than the cloud. And oh my gosh, I've got so much to say about this because, yeah, like a firewall that you're going to manage, I mean, can be breached in a second, basically. So Microsoft did a phenomenal job in terms of security integration.
So
Yeah.
I had some prior experiences with a bank, and in those
Yeah.
environments, they have compliances and security regulations. So they prefer, like,
Yeah.
they keep
They
hybrid.
think they prefer it, but they know what they know. I mean, I know what regulatory agencies and those types of folks say. I'm Mona, by the way, one of those speakers from later on. But I think that especially when you think about high trust or you're thinking about compliance, there is people think that giving me a laptop from their company is somehow more secure than how Azure Active Directory can facilitate access. Like, that's ridiculous. And there's all of our responsibility to say, hey, that's actually a very antiquated way of doing things. And if you're specifically looking at access methods specifically, right? Any external contractor that they would hire, anybody who they would be doing business with, doing it with on-prem Active Directory would have to be a mess.
It is not going to cut it, I think.
What about the control? You have control.
It's not control, though. You don't have control. And Azure Active Directory has more control. It allows you, gives you more control than you have on.
I think it's all about education at this point. I think there's a lot of misunderstanding. They have old concepts in mind, and they truly don't understand the whole picture, in my opinion. That there's, again, everybody is in the cloud at this point, and personally, I'd rather have my data there than in my basement, in my firewall. So, yeah. Yeah.
With companies that do such migrations, Microsoft has a solution for everything on-prem, like Exchange, Exchange Online, SharePoint, and so on. But identity management is key. And when people start talking about Active Directory, executives will say, "Oh, Active Directory, can we do Okta, for instance?" So, what would be the argument? It's cheaper, like people, everybody's using it. Is it like more Active Directory would be more integrated with other Microsoft products, or more features? What would be the argument?
Well, so again, most companies have Microsoft 365 subscriptions. That's number one. I mean, everybody kind of uses Exchange Online, has emails in the cloud through Microsoft. So you're getting Azure AD right from there. Azure AD is going to be able to provide you with conditional access, going to be able to tap into Intune for device management, user management. It's going to be really your best IDP on the market. I mean, I do so many migrations from Google to Azure. Actually, I started a project last week where they're moving off of Okta and they're going into Azure AD. Because if you do the math, Okta math doesn't make sense. And if someone is got experience with Okta here, I'd like to understand the strategy because I still do not. So no, Azure AD is really going to get you there. And again, some of the skill set that you had on-prem is going to translate into the cloud in Azure AD. So no, Okta made some sense years ago, I think, but at this point, Azure AD really took off, and there's no gaps that I can think of at this point.
One more question.
Yeah.
What do you tell companies that are worried about DR and backups, like they're keeping a local Active Directory and syncing all the time because of this? What do you tell them? Like, if they want to move everything to the cloud, how can we give them guarantees that it will be there will be DR, there will be like backups?
Yeah, and ultimately, right, you're running your on-prem AD on physical servers, and you're doing maybe the DR and the backup there, but that's going to reside in Azure AD. So that service is going to be always available. You're not going to be able to truly back up those identities. What you care about is the actual data, right? So that data is going to be able to be backed up. I mean, I've got clients that use like Datto and things like that to back it up to like non-Microsoft cloud. If you want to be really secure and store that in maybe AWS or Google Cloud, that's one option. Personally, I've been very happy with what Microsoft provides. And again, you're dealing with a highly trusted company that's got decades of experience in this field. So it's ultimately, I mean, you always gotta trust what you're using, right? Same thing, you buy a car, and do you trust Toyota? I mean, yeah, you're driving every day. better be safe. So it's kind of like the trusted relationship, and of course that that the work they do behind the scenes is tremendous. The way they take care of their data centers and the technology and the Microsoft security. Like Microsoft is positioning themselves as a security company, right? And to be honest, if you look at all the Gartner reports, they're like at the top on every single one of them. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. But again, if you have concerns with the actual data, it could be a potential idea for you to export that to AWS. There's a ton of vendors doing this. Again, if clients ask me, should I do that? If you have budget for it and you really feel like you need to, move something out of Microsoft, that's fine. But it's usually not the recommendation I make from the get-go. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Oh.
I'm on.
Yep.
Hello, folks. My name is Anish. I work for one of the city agencies here in New York City. Come here every day for the last 10 years. So I'm a Microsoft MVP, if that matters to any of you. And today we would talk about how to secure your React ASP.NET Core APIs using Azure. Azure AD, Azure AD registrations, and things like that, right? So we would have a demo. We probably would write 30, 40 lines of code. But to get them work is going to be really tricky, right? That's a challenge here today. I will go through some of the slides, and then we will have a short demo. And then we again go back to the slides, and we will have a demo. I try not to bore you folks, right? Okay. So I also work with .NET Foundation. If you don't know what .NET Foundation is, you can check it out. It's it's an open source foundation, just like Apache Foundation, where they try to promote open source software, open source libraries, open source software around the .NET ecosystem, right? And there are so many meetups, about 400 meetups across the globe under .NET Foundation, and there are a few committees, in education and membership and things like that. So why are we talking about ASP.NET Core and React today? How many of you write code? That's good. And how many of you write code in React? Okay. And how many of you write ASP.NET Core, MVC, API, whatever the flavor is? C#? Okay. Great. So why I start mixing them? It was an unorthodox finding for me, and eventually I found it to be very interesting. I started mixing React and ASP.NET Core after seeing a Stack Overflow development survey. I think this was last year, and these two technologies are the top, some of the top, right? I know there is Microsoft, there is Blazor, there is Razor, there is so many Zers, right? I was using Angular before, and then eventually moved to React, and then I started looking at these numbers, and I started seeing that there is a huge community out there, and the ASP.NET Core is awesome, performant. C# is great, one of my favorite languages. Why not just mix both of them, right? And then I started writing some code in React Native, built some apps, eventually moved to React in Web and things like that, right? So the numbers are very good when it comes to who uses it across the globe. If you look into, oh, sure. Yeah. So yeah, sure. So if you look into the numbers, like sheer numbers, right? You could see that React is pretty much 5-6 times bigger than any other frameworks when it comes to front end, right? So I don't know those spikes. That's in. I took this picture some time back, but this is all NPM packages being downloaded. But don't take it like, because there are people who are learning, they're downloading the packages too. But the difference is so big. Even if there is a margin of error, the difference is so big. So as I said, I started looking into it, and then it felt much easier for me to learn compared to Angular, and Blazor is great, easier to learn. So I started picking it up, as I said, just all right. So what are we doing today, right? So I found this online. I liked it. This is my life every day, right? So when you go to an MTA turnstile, right, in New York City, what happens? You just walk in. You try to walk in. What happens? They stop you, right? You need an MTA Metro card, or you need an OMNY, or you need a cell phone, or one of that, right? So I consider that to be an app, right? If you consider that to be an app, and the vending machine becomes your authentication mechanism, right? So what do? You try, and then go there and then come back. So I go to the vending machine, I get the Metro card, I come back, and when I come back, I call that the return URL. So we will see all of this today. So what happens is, when you want to authenticate with any provider, Azure or anything else, you try to get into the app. You try to type in the URL of a website. You try to type in the URL, or you try to install and log into an app. You just go to the app. You don't care how the app authenticates you. What happens at that point is you're being sent back to the vending machine. That vending machine is Azure ready here. That's what we're gonna try to do today, right, in the demo. So once you go to the vending machine, you were provided the authentication, and then you come back and then swipe the card, and then go into to get the train, right? So let me first start with a short demo of a small React ASP.NET Core app I built using the default template. I did nothing fancy. I used Visual Studio, click next, 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 created a React ASP.NET Core API template, right? One thing I did, though, I converted that JavaScript project into TypeScript, because I like TypeScript, where I do have access to the Copilot. Thank God for Copilot gods, and it's awesome. And with the TypeScript, it works fine. When it is JavaScript, it's not so much, right? So I converted that into TypeScript. Converting them to TypeScript is very easy. At the end of the presentation, I can share some links, and if there is a way to share links, I can show you. Just execute some commands in command prompt, and project can be converted, and JS files are renamed to TSX, and some minor syntactical differences, right? So, all right. So let me just go to my GitHub repo, where I just put my repository in. All right, here we go. Okay. So let me grab the code. As you could see, this is just a TS converted default template. Nothing else I did. I just converted the project into TypeScript. I did not convert the whole project into TypeScript. I'm lazy. I just converted 2-3 files, and then that's it, right? So let me grab that template in here, and then we start from there. All right, you know what? Yeah, clone a repo. Right here. Let me see if I can do it in here. Valid. Clone that. Okay, I'm just cloning the repo which I created and converted to TypeScript. As you could see, the dependencies are not downloaded yet. So now the NuGet is happening, and now the NuGet did. You already know what NuGet is. So it just downloaded the libraries, .NET libraries, which is needed to run the app. And this is the default app, as I said. It doesn't do anything fancy. As you could see, the client app folder, that is a client app folder. This is the React folder. The newer template, it's still in preview. They separate out the API into one project and they separate out the React app into another project. But for this is the older template. They dumped the JavaScript files, not the TypeScript files. So this template have the folder sitting inside the ASP.NET Core thing. But just ignore that. Think of these two things are two different things, right? When I say two different things, one is a front-end JavaScript, HTML, CSS thing. The other is an API. I mean, they just mix it in the folder. It doesn't matter, right? So, okay. So I was just running it. Before that, let me just, I think it is running already. Let me just show you, right? Okay. Who doesn't like a spa? So let me stop it for a moment. And here in the build process, as you could see, when I just first ran it, do you see 1,400 packages are downloaded? So there is an NPM install happening. So if you do know what React is, it's JavaScript, right? JavaScript-based frameworks does have a NuGet of their own called NPM registry, or sometimes they say the yarn registry, but it's one or the other tool. So the registry is there. It downloads JavaScript packages, just like the NuGet. It's NPM, right? So there may be some references to that. For example, React could be a reference. It's downloading React here. It is talking about what packages are bad. Some of them are deprecated and all of that, right? So it downloaded whatever package is necessary to run it. Where does those packages sit? Let me quickly show you. If you go to packages.json file, and why is that slow? Oh, I know. Okay, so this is where the packages are there. So I'm saying that, oh, I love Bootstrap 5.2. I love React 18.2. Please download it for me. Where does the download instruction? I just did a build. Visual Studio doesn't know where NPM is, right? So where is the download instruction written? It's a little hidden. It's interesting. They should have just printed that in the output, saying that I'm doing this because you said in the CS project file that, do an NPM install, right? So this is where the download instruction is that. So an NPM install is happening, and if for a production build, it does an NPM install and run build. So now this thing, let me just run it, and this is the first part, and then we go into a little bit of Azure AD, and then we come back and try to integrate Azure AD into it, right? All right, so this is a new thing. For local development service, they use a SPA proxy, which I haven't seen like 2 years back. You don't create projects every day, right? So I started creating one like when somebody asked me to, can you come and present here, right? So this is the Hello World applications, the default one. There is nothing going on here except that I converted 2-3 files into TSX, as you could see. And the rest of every JavaScript file is a valid TypeScript file. So I only converted what I want to convert, right? Having said that, let me go back to the presentation, right? Okay. As I said, Azure AD. So let me talk about, I'm not talking about Azure, right? It's huge. There are experts in it. I don't know all of it. No, I don't know none of it, to be honest with you. Right? So I just know necessary information to get my apps authenticated with it, right? I'm an engineer, I'm a developer, I write code. I just use Azure to just get people authenticated, apps authenticated on behalf of people and all of that, right? So Azure AD is just like old days Windows Active Directory. It's a directory of people and apps and software and all of that, right? So people can do certain things, software can do certain things. And using AD, you can determine and you can dictate that. That's what we are going to do today, right? And an identity is also there associated. As I said, who, right? The answer to who are you? AD is going to give you an answer, right? That's the same thing as you're trying to get into the subway and it says, who are you? Where is the ticket, right? That's what it is. So so we're gonna authenticate an app running in localhost. So we just ran an app. Let me just again present this. So we just ran an app which is in localhost, and AD is sitting. Okay, AD is sitting somewhere, right? It's in the cloud, up in the cloud. My localhost is running in my laptop, right? How does it know, right? That's an interesting question. How does it know this thing is running in localhost? And how does it know about React? It's a React application, right? How does it know about my API? So we are going to answer all these questions next. Okay, so the answer to these things are using app registration. So generally what we do with Azure AD is we make app registrations. You don't have to deploy the React ASP.NET Core app into Azure like an app service. You don't have to do any of that fancy thing. The app may be still running locally using your IIS Express. You can still authenticate that using Azure AD, right? So Azure AD app registrations are going to be that ticket vending machine for you, right? So behind the scenes, it uses something called MSAL.js, which is Microsoft Authentication Library, which is also there is a React flavor of it with hooks and stuff. And there is Microsoft Identity Web on the .NET side. So you pretty much doing the same thing, but one for C# and one for JavaScript, right? React. Okay, so far we saw some .NET, right, and some React, and then we are going to start mixing Azure with it, right? So again, more demo, right? So let's start writing code. Who is excited? All right. Okay. So before that, I believe I have forgotten to convert the layout to. All right. Let me convert the layout as well to JavaScript. Sorry, TypeScript. Oh, caps lock. All right. No. TSX. All right. All right. This is quick and easy. You don't need that. You don't need that. Don't need that. All right, formatted. So we don't see too many this keywords, if you know what I'm talking about, anymore in the world. It was all this before, but not anymore. So that's converted. Okay, so I just put the layout back into the app. I just wanted to see the other portion of the app where it actually calls the API, right? So let it load up, and this one, yeah, that one. Again, reminding me of SPA. Right? Okay, it's a single page application, right? By the way, not that one. Okay, so it says that this, all right, let's say this layout is having problem because I didn't default export it. I would have to do that. Export default. Where is Copilot? Yeah, there it is. Okay. All right. Refresh, save it all. Yes, there you go. So the layout had this top portion. So, I kind of forgot when I checked in. So now you see this fetch data. You see some numbers coming in. This is our API portion of it. So the folks who created the template, I believe at the Microsoft, they put one API. And that API has this list of things, right? So if you put a breakpoint there and then just go here and click there, you see that I hit the breakpoint. And I have, so for example, hot 9 degrees Celsius or 48 degrees Fahrenheit. So let me just say a 5, and that's going to be the first one, right? 9 degrees Celsius hot, right? So that's the API. It doesn't, it's just returns some hard-coded values, right? So now let's start mixing Azure AD registrations so that we can authenticate this thing. So before we do that, right? So we have two pieces to the puzzle. A SPA application written using React, an API, which is the backend. So it's a front end and the backend. So we need to authenticate both of them. If we don't authenticate the API, somebody can hit it using Postman and change our data, and that happens. And we need to authenticate the website, which is built using React for sure, because otherwise there could be unwanted people who would be getting into portions of the website and making modifications, right? So let's start working with the React side first. And as time permits, as we move along, we start securing the API, right? So let me go back to Azure. So here is where we start the first thing. As I said, in the mix, so we are still here. It's just mixing with React, API and React. Now the robot is bringing in the Azure thing into it, right? So here we go to app registrations, as I said. As I said, we are going to secure the React portion of it first. So we're going to create a new registration, Reactor SPA. Let's call it Reactor SPA. We are in Reactor, Microsoft Reactor. And single tenant, single tenant means one organization. Multi-tenant means like Meta, like Facebook, Instagram, several things. So single tenant is all we need. Redirect URI, we are not going to worry about. And then we go ahead and we created it, right? So now once we create it, okay. So these are some of the things we need to remember, right? I learned this after burning and spending a lot of time with it. It's not very easy to configure. Not the first time, not today, not yesterday. Whenever I try, I make mistakes, right? So this is a SPA, and we have to tell the registration that it is a SPA, right? How do you say that? You say it is a SPA, single page application. So where do you go? You go to the authentication, say this is a single page application I would like to protect. And what would I like to protect is, I forgot to capture the URL of the local host. Give me a moment. Let me run it. This is the proxy URL. That's not the actual URL. Oh, here. I have the URL. So let me grab the URL. I think I copied. I come back here. And then I say, as I said, the turnstile tells you to go back to the vending machine. So what would the vending machine do? It say, now you can go back to the turnstile. That's what a redirect URL is. So I'm just telling, whenever I try to authenticate, it gets redirect to you in Azure AD. But you know what? Once you're done with it, just send me back to the homepage of my SPA application. That's what is happening here, right? So now, once we do that, all right, I'm just going to grant this access tokens and ID tokens. We will talk about it if we get time later, right? So you see this MSA.js is going to do the job for you and all of that, it says. And again, single tenant, allow public client flows, and this is all good. So this is done, right? So now this is done. A registration is created for SPA. Similarly, if you want to protect the API, you have to create another app registration for the API, which we'll come back later, right? So now a registration is created for the SPA. Now what we are going to do is we are going to put in some code in the React side and say that, hey, I have a registration up in the cloud. Can you go check whether this guy is a real guy or not, right? Whomever is trying to log in, is this a real person? Is he supposed to be in this application or not, right? So now to do that, let's stop this. So we have something called, right, come back here. We have something called Azure, as I said, Azure MSAL React. Okay, so this is the one. This is the one they Microsoft folks built for us. Let's see, how do we actually install it? This is how we install it. We already have React, so we are not going to do that. And where do we install it? As I said, the React app lives inside the client app. right? So we are going to install it in the client app, right? So this is nothing but a command prompt, right? I'm not leaving Visual Studio, but it's just a command prompt. So there, I'm at client app, and whenever I copy from browser, it has a line and character line feed. So I'm just avoiding that. Now I'm just saying that, hey, SPA React app. These are two other dependencies you have, and I just added them, right? So what is the next step? There is a getting started doc. Nice. So now let's go there, and let's hope Copilot is going to help us so that we can move faster. So it says that this thing is built on React Context API, and that the root of the app of React, this is an app provider, this is the root of the app. Root of the app, just put this much code in there. Let's do that, right? So, all right. So let's copy this and then go back here. Where is the root of a React app? In Visual Studio template, that's called index, right? Which you could see that, all right, let me just, okay. You see this root.render? That's what they want, wherever that the provider is, right? So here, let's put that in there. And let's wrap our app around it, right? Okay. Okay. All right, that's Copilot right there. Okay, so here, all right. Once this is TypeScript, these things actually helps generally, but now, no help there. All right, here. Okay, it says that there is a client ID. Okay, we will come back to it, right? And no. Okay, so public client application, where is it coming from? Let's do this, right? All right, here we have that. What else we have? We're going to put this from here. These are nothing but using statements in C#, if you are not familiar with this. Right? It's very similar, right? You know, from that library, I want to use this thing. From that library, I want to use this thing. That's what you're saying here, right? And then client ID, it says client ID and authority. Okay, that's Copilot did that for me. So there's a tenant ID. So, okay, so I need a client ID and tenant ID. Let me go back to Azure and see for an app registration I built, what do they have? You see, there is something called client ID and there is something called tenant ID, right? What do? I see a copy button. I copy that. I come back here, put that in there. For the tenant ID, I see another copy button and put that in there too. Okay, that was the tenant ID. All right, there you go. So now, as per their instructions, we should be already secure, right? It should already show me something to say that you are being authenticated using Azure AD and stuff like that, right? So now, what else is there? Oh, okay, let's determine if this is actually being, right? In order to do that, let's take this return statement as is, and then, okay, sorry. We don't have a lot of time left. So we're going to move a little bit faster. So here, instead of this return in JavaScript, the beautiful thing is if you put a return up there, the other things are not going to return and you can just test it out, right? If fragment is as good as nothing. So I'm just going to delete that and go back in here and then take this up. Even Copilot probably should be helping me here. Yeah, see, Copilot is cool. So, so let's just test this thing, right, for a moment and see how that goes. Let's see if whatever message they say, anyone can see this paragraph. At least one account is signed in or no users are signed in, is going to come up, right? Let's see. Let's also check if this is using a pop-up and stuff like that, right? Nothing is happening yet.
How is this thing doing that takes so long?
What is it? It's a
I'm just curious. I've never seen like, a web app that needs so much time to do something.
yeah, this pop proxy is something new. It only happens in the development server. So if when you deploy to production, it doesn't happen. So if you look into the code, right, and if you go to we don't want to veer off much from here, but if you go to the code, there would be a is development. You see this HSTS thing in there, and there is only for development. It uses some type of a proxy. That's what I took the template as is. I didn't want to change it too much, but it does that, right? The template in Visual Studio 2 years back wasn't that. So if I really want to build an application, I wouldn't use the Visual Studio template. I would rather use something called Waste Ghost ASP.NET Core. So if you go here, you may be able to find like cool templates in GitHub, right? So this is like ASP.NET Core is fully loaded, right? Everything is integrated in it, and it has Bulma, it has whatever you need. This thing is just for demos, as good as they are, right? So okay, where we are. All right, let me just go back in here. Okay, so this is spinning and spinning. Okay, it is trying to do that. Okay, let me just stop this and come back into the project and see if we are missing something. Oh, I think I do know what's missing. So you see, we need to actually use this MSAL authentication hook. We are using TypeScript and we are using function components. This is some React stuff. So this thing will attempt to sign in a user. Let's do that, right? Let's do that and see what happens. Okay. All right, just put that in there. Running it again. Oh, no, I forgot one thing. Come back. All right, let's use Copilot. Import. Yes. All right, and this is, since this is TypeScript, okay, should be good. Everything looks good. Oh, a pop-up is blocked. No users are signed in, but you see there is a pop-up. Who is that pop-up? Who would that might be? Nice. Now we are talking to Microsoft, right? From localhost, right? So we didn't deploy to a cloud. It's running in using proxy and doing all this. It's just like my IIS Express. It's running locally in my browser, and it is talking to Azure AD already, right? So as you could see that I may have logged in to my Microsoft account. Otherwise, it may have asked me to log in and give me enter your username, password, and then you would all know my username, password. But it's already logged in, and it says, just these are the permissions requested. The app is looking for these permissions, and once you accept this, right, now refresh again, you see at least one account is signed in. Nice, right? So we as whatever we built so far in Azure AD started working, right? So we have till 4:50. Is that so? Okay. All right. So now we did authenticate this React side of it using Azure. So you can extend this. There is multiple levels, and there is B2B, there is B2C. You can have users not in your in your tenant using B2C, users who are guests using B2B, and all of that you can do. I don't have that premium high paid Azure AD subscription, so this is the minimal I can do. If I do build a corporate thing, like if you folks have your own Azure and have your own domain and things like that, then there is much more you can do with it, right? So having said that, let me just stop this. So let's look into the API side of things, right? So now the API, there is no real people logging into the API, right? So the SPA application is trying to access the data on behalf of you where you logged into the AD. There is the fancy word they use called delegated permissions for that, right? On behalf of you, the SPA is trying to get into the API and access its data, right? So let's see how that can be done. So in order to do that, first let's start with this side of things. As I said earlier, we need another registration for the API because API needs to be authenticated as well. And how would Azure know? Using AD registrations, right? So Reactor API, let me call that, and then register it. So this time, it also needs to tell, the API also needs to know that the React single page application is its cousin, and vice versa, right? They need to know each other. Otherwise, how would the API know if this is the one trying to access that, right? So in order to do that, beyond the registration, what you do is you say, this is an API registration and expose an API. And here, what you generally do is you create an API scope. You can read more about the scopes and things like that. Think of a scope as a permission, right? You can have more than one, you can have just one. Scope as like a mini level authorization sort of thing. It's a permission sort of thing, right? So here I'm saying, talk to my API, right? So this is the scope I want. And I'm just going to say not just admins, because the user can also access this. Irrelevant, and then enabled, and I just added the scope. Now you see that there is something came in here. Let me come back here and then start adding. As I said, we are going to talk about the .NET side of things, and immediately we talk about NuGet, right? So what was that NuGet package name? Let me try to remember. I may have a note somewhere. Before we do that, right? Let me just put this in here, right? And okay. Yeah. Oh yeah, there. And yes, this is the one. This is the one I need. I always forget this name. So this is what the AD authentication for you from a C# site. That's all you need to know. And in the NuGet, you go there, you find that thing, and you can read about this one more if you want to. So it helps you just to authenticate, verify tokens and things like that, right? Like JWT tokens and things like that. So once you add that, all right, that brings in 2,500 packages with it. Okay, and this is something we need. Okay, so let's go back to the program.cs and say that we wanted to use it. Okay, Copilot is wrong this time. And here I'm going to say, what do I need? Okay, builder dot, actually that's wrong. It's, let me see if I can add. Yes, yeah, that's an extension method. That's why it just, yeah, right, just, no, not yet. No, actually, it should be identityweb.ui. Is it so? Is that the one I added? Yeah, that's the one I added. Sometimes Visual Studio doesn't help, right? To this. Oh, okay. Wrong spelling? No. Okay. Oh, there it is. Builder dot configuration. Okay, what is the second parameter? It says the second parameter is Azure AD. So you just go to the app settings.json, right? It's just, if you know ASP.NET Core side of things, it just goes to the app settings.json, and then it looks for that particular configuration section, right? So I'm just going to leave it as is, and Azure AD. I'm going to create that configuration in the app settings JSON. And here we go. And Copilot gods, help me here. Come on. Yeah, thank you. I mean, most of this is wrong, but we will figure it out, right? So now, as we said, tenant, domain, and all of that. So your domain, let's see, what is my domain? Let me go home and Active Directory. Don't hit my Active Directory when you go home, right? I'm just putting it all out here. So this is my domain. I have to change it all after this. I put that up here. And where is my client ID? Oh, I don't think I need it. Right? I don't think I need it. And this is good. Where is my client ID? Where is my registrations? Go here, app registrations. And which one we create? A Reactor API? Okay. And here, as we do the client IDs here. All right, there you go with the client ID and with the tenant ID. All right, so that's all good. So this means that we have done pretty much everything we need. Just say we are using authentication and okay, come on, what's that? Copilot. Use authorization. So this is good. We said that we are using all of this. And now let's just secure the API, right? Just, okay. Oh, this thing I believe we need. We need that when we are calling it. Oh, we need to acquire the token and stuff like that. I don't think we might have enough time to complete the demo because we need to acquire a JWT token. The SPA application has to acquire that on behalf of you, and then call the API from your side, right? So let me just jump right into it rather than keep trying writing the code and then compile it and the whole thing doesn't work. I have done this 2 times before this just to make sure that I can do it faster, but still, I can't. Time is too short for this kind of stuff, right? So let me just show what I did, and then I will talk through it, which would help you understand what I'm doing here, right? So the app settings.json, this is this thing you folks have seen, and in this API you just put an attribute authorize, which you have been doing for like last 15 years if you were writing APIs and ASP.MVC. And what you do at the app.tsx, this is some extra code from I wrote, right? So you see, you have to acquire a token, and I use some type of state management machine instead of Redux. I use a Recoil or Jotai for doing this. So you acquire this API. You saw that I created a scope, right? Just now in the app registration. That scope is taken, and then you call the API from, call Azure AD or talk to Azure AD. Let's put it that way. And say that for this API scope, can you give me a token so that I can go back and call my API? So what it does is either you get the token silently or you get the token using a pop-up, the same pop-up, the Microsoft pop-up we saw. And once you get the token, what I do is I just put that into a store. In React, there is store. In Angular, there is NGRX. In .NET, you don't need any of that. You have session, right? So that kind of thing you put in, and then what I do is at the components. When you're calling the API at the end of the day, when you're calling the API, you just give that token in that get method. You see this in the authorization. This is the token you obtained by calling Azure AD, right? That's what you do. So let me run this demo because I have 3 minutes. This is something I already did. Let me run this thing and it show you if you just mess up one thing, this thing won't work, right? And I will also show you the fancy Chrome toolbar. Wrong. Yeah, that's what I want. So let it load up. Let's see if it works. No. Wrong. That's okay. Let me just stop this, and then it did. Yeah, it did. Took some time. Fancy thing, right? You see what I'm dumping here? You see this? This is that JW token I obtained. So this token, okay, if you just go here and say fetch data, this is what has been fetching the data. And this is the API call. If you look into that API call, right? 1 second, go here. One more time, refresh this. If you fetch the data, let's go here. Network, close this. Headers. You see there is the exact same thing I talked to you about, a bearer and authorization. I'm putting a token in there, which is what I was showing you just now. This is what that is, right? And once that token, I'm just dumping the token, and what is the content of the token is going to be interesting. So if you just go to jwt.io and put that up there, you will start seeing a lot of interesting information. You can see that Anish is trying this, right? And this is what his email address, and this is the person, and this is his, there is an AUD somewhere. There should be an AUD. There is a scope somewhere, a CP or something. Yes, you see the scope we created in Azure is there. So all of this thing, it takes, the Spark takes on behalf of you, and then not really on behalf of you. It just calls that AD using the registration it has, and then get the API scope, which we have put in there, and then say, hey, now I am strong enough to call the API. And then he supplies that token to the API. We are right on time. Yeah, we had to skip some stuff. So any questions? I don't know everything so upfront. So if I don't know, I will figure it out and let you know. Any questions so far? Did it all go this way, or some came with this? Sure.
Interesting choice for React front-end and ASP backend. Is that something you prefer for most applications?
I do that at work. Yeah, we were doing Angular before, and we were doing other things. So I started playing with it, and then I brought it, and I do it at work right now. I mean, I use that other thing, base Ghost, but not this. The support from Visual Studio team is a little less, I would say. The type of template they have is not good, garbage. Any other questions? Okay, so thank you for not asking questions. Okay, we're done. So, wanna take me off the stream? Yeah, you did it.
All right, I think we're ready to go. Hey, everybody. I'll just kick it off with an intro quick. My name is Steve Griffith. I'm Principal Technical Specialist is the official internal Microsoft title. The cool title that my team has is the Global Black Belt team. So I work in the App Innovation and Cloud Native Global Black Belt team. So we're essentially a group of individuals that are deep in application design, engineering, Kubernetes, pretty much all the things. We kind of drop in and help out with critical, customer scenarios, in particular architecture designs, early stage of something new the customer wants to build. It's fun because we get to deal with the customers that have some of the most challenging problems at Microsoft. We work closely with the engineering team. If there's a missing capability in the platform, we get to work with engineering to inform them of that and help connect them with the customer and get things working. Likes. Linux, networking, I play guitar, I surf, like long walks on the beach. I hate Parsley. I hate not understanding how something works. I do a lot of work in Kubernetes networking, and I have a bunch of blog posts that I've written, although I need to refresh those. It's been a little while, where you really kind of get deep into the underlying details of how Kubernetes networking works. So anytime I come across something I understand, I love to dig in. But on my day-to-day job, I'm going out working with customers, like I mentioned, and helping them solve problems. And the reason that I wanted to do this talk is that one of the most common questions I get is, okay, Azure has all of these places where I could run a container. Like, which one should I use? Okay, which one should I go to? And we do have docs out there. We have something that looks like this and says, hey, if you want to run containerized web apps in Linux and Windows, web app for containers. Right? And then we have this other diagram up here. And I'm not bashing the people who wrote these docs. They're doing their best to get a very complex topic into one document. But you have something on the right-hand side that's kind of a decision tree. And it's actually pretty decent in what it says. But if you were to kind of run through it really quickly and say, okay, I'm going to start at the top. I'm building a new app. Do I need full control? Hell yeah, I need full control. Okay, you're on a VM. Well, do you really need full control? Right? I mean, so it's like, there's other questions you have to work through to get through this. Hey, is this an HPC workload? Batch. Go to Azure Batch. Okay, well, Azure Batch might not be the right solution for all HPC workloads. I work with a ton of customers that do HPC on Kubernetes, right? So there's a lot of other options out there. And that's the reason we wanted to go through this. And I forgot to jump to my funny slide, which was, okay, thanks, bye, I'm going to leave. We saw the diagrams, we're good, we're going to move on. So I ruined my own joke, but I still like the slide. All right. Quick disclaimer, things are going to change, right? I mean, none of the things that I'm showing here are locked, carved in stone. I mean, things will change, so always go back and look at the docs. But I'm going to try to give kind of the best representation of the solutions that are out there at their current state. I've listed some things that are in preview state right now. Those will obviously come out of preview. Some services could be deprecated at some point. Who knows? And things change over time, and I'm not sure when people are going to be watching this recording. So always go back and double check the docs. I do want to start by removing a few things from scope, and there might be some grunts in the room depending on what you're using, and happy to discuss those. The first one I kind of mentioned already, Azure Batch, right? Azure Batch is an awesome service. If you're running large-scale batch workloads, it's a great solution for doing that. Azure Batch was not built to be a container orchestrator. It wasn't built to run large-scale container workloads, kind of traditionally. So you might look at other things like Kubernetes for those. You can even use Kubernetes for doing batch, right? There is a concept of a job. There's plenty of batch tooling that can run on top of Kubernetes. So for the purposes of container hosting, I'm going to take Azure Batch out of the conversation. Service Fabric. Service Fabric's been around for a long time. It runs a lot of our backend Azure services. It's a great solution. We have a lot of customers that still use Service Fabric, and it's still active. You can run containers on Service Fabric, but it wasn't built to run containers. It was built to run Service Fabric applications, right? So, actor model applications. If you're using the Service Fabric SDK, there's a lot of customers that use that, and keep it for those scenarios. If you look at Service Fabric and what it can do, and that programming model fits a requirement of yours, it's definitely worth taking a look at it. But as a pure container hosting platform, we're going to take it out of the conversation. And the last one that I might get more grunts on, more likely I get grunts on this one, is Spring Apps. And there's nothing wrong with Spring Apps, right? Azure Spring Apps is great. If you're a Java Spring shop, it's a great solution. The reason I'm taking it out of the conversation for this is that it runs on top of container hosting platforms, right? So Spring Apps runs on top of Azure Container Apps for the consumption-based plan. It runs on top of AKS right? If you kind of look at what happens when you create a Spring app environment, or sorry, look at, you'll see that behind that is actually running on AKS. So leave that out for now. So what's left? So these are the solutions that still exist out there that run containers. Virtual machines, obviously, Azure App Service, Azure Functions. A lot of people don't realize you can run containers in Azure Functions. Azure Container Instance, obviously. Red Hat OpenShift, Azure Red Hat OpenShift. And for those who aren't familiar, Azure Red Hat OpenShift is the Red Hat OpenShift platform, which is effectively Kubernetes, right? It's Kubernetes distro by Red Hat that's then deployed into Azure as kind of a managed service. Okay, and we'll talk a little bit more about that as we go on. Azure Kubernetes Service, obviously. Azure Kubernetes Service is really just upstream Kubernetes, right? So it's not like an Azure distro of Kubernetes. It's straight upstream Kubernetes, has all the capabilities that you expect, keeps very current, and we'll talk more about that. So those are two Kubernetes offerings. And then Azure Container Apps, which if you haven't looked, this is the kind of new kid on the block. It kind of fits in between App Service and Kubernetes. So it gives you more of a managed experience with deploying containers. With more features from a container perspective, microservice perspective than App Service, but not quite as much features and things you can tweak, knobs you can turn as Azure Kubernetes Service. All right, and we'll get way more into these as we go on. All right, so let's compare these. The first thing I like to talk to customers about, and this, a lot of times when we work with customers, they tend to jump to the architecture before they've realized what you're even allowed to do, right? Because you're working in a large enterprise or even a small enterprise where you have an info sec team that is making decisions about what you can and can't use in your organization. They often will go in and look at Azure services and say, okay, this doesn't check these boxes, so you're not permitted to use this capability, right? So the first conversation you really need to have, and have this in the back of your head as you're going through this, is which tools am I even allowed to use? Can I even use Azure, right? But then once I'm in Azure, what capabilities are available to me? So I'll run through this in a couple of sections. I love networking, so I'll jump into the networking one first. I know this is like there's a lot of stuff on here, but we'll talk through all of it. And I'm really going to focus on the ones that are kind of blanks and check minuses. So deploying to a VNet, right? So I have my application. I want to deploy it. I need to go to private network. Most enterprises require you to deploy to private network. Fortunately, pretty much everyone's caught up on that front. All of the solutions that you can run containers on support some level of private network connectivity. Ingress traffic control, right? So as traffic's coming in, can I TLS encrypt that? Can I change the flow of that? Hey, based on this path, I want to send it this way. Based on this host name, I want to send it that way, right? All solutions really support that with the exception of container instance. Container instance, you would have to put something in front of. But the check minus is there for app service, Azure Functions, and container apps is you don't get the fine-grained control that you would get from a Kubernetes platform, or native Kubernetes, that is, right? So the ability to say, again, based on this host name or based on this path, I want to route traffic one way or another, right? So a little bit less fine-grained, although I'd say the container app side is probably catching up there, right? So in most of these scenarios, the ones that are blank or have a check minus, you would end up putting something like an Azure App Gateway in front of it. So it's not a deal breaker. You can still use those services. It just means you're going to have another component in the mix there to make your solution work for your ingress control. Egress traffic control is one that most people don't think about until you get the network engineer in the room. Egress control means my app needs to talk to the internet. Maybe it's just to pull down the container image. Maybe my container image is in Docker Hub or it's in some public registry somewhere. Or maybe I'm calling out to check my IP. I don't know. There's a ton of things you might be calling out to the public internet for. How does that traffic go out? Most enterprises want that traffic to go out through what they call an egress firewall, right? So I want all of my traffic to go out this way so I can inspect it. Hey, is there Bitcoin mining going on? Like, is something calling out that I don't expect? I want to block that traffic. So egress traffic control is really important. Fortunately, pretty much all solutions now cover that, except for, again, Azure Container Instance, limited in that space, doesn't give you that option. Container apps I listed as preview. So that work is available today. It's in public preview. Not sure when that's going to go available, but I think fairly soon because it's been in preview for a little while. By the way, feel free to stop me. I like just having an open conversation as we go through this. App level network policy. This is an interesting one. If you can deploy something into a VNet, and if you're familiar with networking in Azure, or even if you're not, there's the concept of network security groups or access control lists, right? Where you can say, hey, this subnet, this IP address can talk to this IP address on these ports. right? So you can set up security that way. If you want to get down to the application level, maybe say you're running a microservices app and you say, hey, the database server, module, that service, should only take traffic from the middle tier or from the UI or whatever it may be, right? You want to have that fine-grained control. This specific piece of code, this specific container should only allow traffic inbound from this specific thing on this specific port. That's where we get into application level network policy. In Kubernetes, there's something called Kubernetes network policy, and there's a bunch of providers out there that have solutions, Calico, Cilium, several of them. You don't get that level of control with app service functions or container apps at this point. What you can do, I put it as a check minus, because you could always split your app up and say, okay, well, this app is in this network, this subnet, and this app is in this subnet, and you can use network security groups to do some of that. It just gets a little bit messy. So I list those as a check minus. If you need that fine-grained policy, network policy between your components, which isn't that common, to be honest, with most applications, but some require it. PCI compliance sometimes requires that level of control. That could be something you want to consider. Bringing your own cert, right? So I'm hosting this site. I have my own domain name. I'm going to get a certificate generated for that domain name that I want to put on my service. Can I do that? Yeah, pretty much across the board. The only one that's not there, and the only reason I list as a check minus for Azure Container Instance is because you can do it, but there's no tooling, there's no magic. You're going to put that cert into the container, and that's it, right? Versus if you look at the other solutions, it's more kind of built out from a platform perspective. Azure App Service, you can attach a cert. Yep. Yeah, similar to what we talked about on the ingress traffic control. This ingress traffic control and TLS kind of go hand in hand. Often you'll have that happening there. If you need the ingress, if you need that encryption all the way through to the app itself, then you'd have more of a challenge, right? So as an example, on the Kubernetes side, you might have Azure App Gateway acting as your kind of external facing endpoint, and then on the Kubernetes side, you might have an internal load balancer, and you want that traffic between the app gateway and the load balancer to be encrypted. Well, then you have to encrypt out the back end, and then the app needs that cert as well. So yes, you could do that, but that does mean that between the app gateway or front door and the back end, you'd still want to re-encrypt, and you'd still have to go into the container instance to make that happen. Any port support. So most of these solutions are, well, not most, I should say Azure App Service and Azure Functions are really intended for web apps, right? So 80 and 443 is what they operate on. If you're trying to run, Redis, or you're not Redis, it's a bad example. MongoDB, right? You're not going to run that in app service, right? Because it's running on ports. It's not really built for that. It's really focused on web app type workloads, okay? But any port support is there for pretty much everything, well, or for everything else. Any questions on that before I move ahead? Keep an eye on time as well. Compute. So what type of compute can you use? Pretty much every service allows you to say, I need this many cores and this much memory, right? So no matter what service you're selecting, you can go and say, yeah, my app's big, I need a lot of cores, a lot of memory, or my app's small, I need a few cores, a little bit of memory, okay? They all do that. Where it starts to get more complicated is if you need to fine tune that. So what type of CPU and memory, right? So, does my corporate policy say all my processors need to be ARM, right? For, whatever reasons. Do I need, this specific, do I need AMD, this specific compute type? Because we wrote some bit of code that assumes that this is there. But when you get to that level of control, you're not going to get that from app service functions or container apps at this point. That's not really what they're trying to do. They're trying to be a little bit more generic on the compute side. GPU support. So you're writing some code that maybe does some AI that uses NVIDIA, right? Where are you going to run that? There's no concept of NVIDIA workloads in app service or Azure functions. Container apps, I know the question has been raised out there. Last I checked, container apps doesn't have GPU support. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw container app support for GPU in the not too distant future, but I haven't seen anything written about that. Zone redundancy. Across the board, everything supports zone redundancy right now, right? So if you're not familiar with zones, you think Azure, big global Azure, and then we have Azure regions. Within an Azure region, there could be 12, 20 data centers, like individual buildings in there. And if there's an isolated incident at one data center, you want to make sure that your app is split across multiple data centers in that region, right? That's what zone redundancy allows you to do. So all the services support that natively. You have a little bit more fine-grained control. Maybe I should have listed that in here. On the Kubernetes side, I have to double check with OpenShift, but I'm pretty sure you can as well, where you can say, hey, I want this group of machines, we call it a node pool in the Kubernetes world. I want this node pool running in this zone and this node pool running in that zone. And then you can really control, hey, my workload is, hey, this part of the workload is all in zone 1 and this part's all in zone 2, if you would do that for some reason, right? But you do have that fine-grained control. You don't have that with app service and functions. It's kind of magic. It's built in for you. It just does it, so you don't have to worry about it. But you do have that protection from a resiliency perspective. Operating system support, pretty much across the board. Linux and Windows, the only outlier there is Azure Container Apps. The one thing I didn't do on this slide, and I will go through and update it when I get a chance, and when we share it out, hopefully I'll have that in there, is list specific Windows versions, right? So when you're talking about containers and Windows, it's a little different than the Linux side. Linux says, hey, you have a Linux kernel, you can run a Linux container. The Windows side, your container has to be built for the kernel version, right? So, if you're talking about Windows Server 2019 versus Windows Server 2022, you're going to build those container images differently. So I should really list out, double check, hey, which versions does app service support? I believe they both support both of them, but I'll double check that. Container Apps does not support Windows. I've asked the team about if and when that'll happen. So I think they're considering it. I'm not sure what if and when that'll be out there, but certainly the voices have raised the interest in having Windows support for container apps. Single tenancy. So we talk about compute. If you are highly regulated customer, you might not want to be sitting side by side on the same machine as another customer, right? So you're running, say, an Azure function. I have actually a good example of this one. I worked with a customer that was running an app service. They're running their homepage effectively in app service, multi-tenant app service, standard app service, not app service environment, which is the dedicated, isolated SKU of app service. This customer accidentally put their, not accidentally, did it on purpose, but it wasn't thought out. They put their domain name for their company attached to it. They ran their homepage on app service, not isolated. Well, it turned out that there was a malicious actor on that same stamp in the Azure data center sharing an egress IP address, right? So the stamps share the same public IP for egress. And by being on the same stamp, they got blocked. So their corporate email for the entire company got blocked as considered malicious actor because they happen to be listed on this. So sometimes single tenancy is important, and you should think about those things. Again, fortunately, all services support single tenancy with the exception of Azure Container Instance. Single tenancy meaning you're getting your own dedicated chunk of compute. So Azure App Service has the Azure App Service environment, which is dedicated. You can run Azure functions on an Azure App Service environment dedicated. So you're good to go. Any questions on this one? Yeah. So zone redundancy is really focused on where the virtual machine lands, right? So when you deploy a virtual machine into Azure and all of these things are running on virtual machines behind the scenes, you get a couple things. So one, you get a fault domain, you get an upgrade domain. So those are the basics. Fault domain means if I'm running 5 machines and they're all part of this VM scale set, they will be split across separate physical racks in a single data center. So if this one catches on fire, you have other ones that are not catching on fire. Upgrade domain means, hey, we need to occasionally upgrade the underlying hypervisor. Like we have upgrades we need to run for you. We'll make sure that we're not shutting down all of your machines at the same time. And again, it applies to app service because it's all VMs behind there. The zone redundancy is that separate building concept. So it takes it further. So if a meteor hits one building, not just a fire in a rack, if a meteor hits a building, you're still good. Load balancing is not in that conversation. The load balancer sits on top of that. And the load balancers that you use, so if you're using Azure App Service, the load balancer it's using is a zone redundant load balancer. If you're using Azure Kubernetes Service, it's a zone redundant load balancer. Okay. Any other questions? Awesome. Storage. This is where things, maybe arguably start to fall apart just a little bit on the storage front. And it makes sense because a lot of these apps, in general, containers are intended to be stateless. Like that's kind of the main use case of containers is you want something that you can start and kill, and not have a problem. Virtual machines, obviously, with virtual machines, you can do everything. But first talk about SSD attach, right? So high performance disk attach. I listed check minus for app service and Azure Functions because depending on the app service plan you select, you will get SSD behind that. The difference is it's not an SSD attach, right? When you talk about attaching a disk, it means I'm creating a disk in Azure and attaching it to the service, right? In Kubernetes, if I go and create what Kubernetes calls a persistent volume claim, and I say use Azure Disk for that persistent volume claim, it will actually go and provision a disk and attach it to the node. And if that node dies, it will detach that disk and attach it to a new node. So your storage is persisted. It maintains across those. You don't have that capability in app service. App service, the storage is ephemeral. When it dies, it's dead. You can back it up, which we'll talk about in a second, but when it dies, it's dead. So check minus for app service and functions because it's kind of there. You get SSD, but it's not something you can kind of move around. Azure Container Instance, I got to double check. I think that one actually is supposed to be checked. I'll double check that one. Oh, no, so Azure Container Instance supports files, but not SSD attached. That's why I didn't list it. OpenShift and Azure Kubernetes Service both use Kubernetes. Kubernetes has a open source project called the CSI driver, Container Storage Interface, that all of the cloud providers, if you're building a storage solution, you build your own adapter that can be used to attach your storage. So there is an Azure Container Storage Interface for Kubernetes that uses Azure Disk. So you can attach disks, like I just mentioned. They can be moved. The disks can be zone redundant. There's all kinds of magic you can do in there. Ultra SSD, same deal, with the exception that there is no concept of Ultra SSD with app service or functions. Ultra SSD is basically what it sounds like. It's really super fast SSD. You can attach those to all of the VM-based solutions. And OpenShift and Azure Kubernetes Service can kind of count as VM-based because they're running VMs that you can see. Similarly, Azure File support is across the board. So Azure Files, if you're not familiar, is basically an SMB mount. So you get this file storage container, and you can SMB mount it to whatever you want, and it's supported across the board. So the nice thing with that is if you have an application that needs to maintain some data, you have a website, you're getting some image uploads, you want to store them to Azure Files, you can do that, and all of your instances can leverage that data across the board. NVMe support. So NVMe is super fast disks that are actually on the physical server in the data center. Certain machine types, this isn't something across the board, but if you go look, there are specific machines, and if you look at the machine type, you'll see whether they have NVMe drives attached. Super high performance. I have customers that are doing HPC workloads where they're doing like, hey, we're trying to do processing in memory, which is super crazy fast, but if we run out of space in memory, we want to dump it to NVMe and do the processing there, right? Those scenarios call for that. It's pretty rare, but if you do have a need for NVMe disk support, you can get that, but really only on the VM-based SKUs. All right. Backup and snapshot. Everything supports some level of backup. It's just not quite, if you look at app service functions and container instance, the snapshots you get there are the entire app, right? So with app service and functions, you can go into the app and say, back this whole thing up, and it'll back up all the configuration, all the information about the app service. So if someone goes and does a deployment that messes something up, you can drop back the old version on it and you're good to go. But that doesn't consider the attached storage. So you'd have to go out separately and say, hey, in this scenario I mentioned where you're running a site where people are uploading images, if you're using Azure Files for that, yeah, you can snapshot that as well, but it's two separate things. You're backing up the app and you're backing up the storage separately, and you can recover from both of those. So I put those as a check minus because it's just not a kind of inclusive solution. Likewise with Azure Container Instance. Again, Azure Container Instance is just a container. It's a stateless thing. If it dies, it's just going to come back online. You don't really need to snapshot it because the snapshot is the container. Like the container is the point in time view of it. But if you wanted to, you could attach Azure Files and do snapshots of the Azure Files data. And then the customer managed encryption key. From time to time, for certain highly regulated environments, you need to bring your own key. Like we encrypt everything. All the data that's in Azure, all of your disks, if you were to go grab, jump the fence, get into Azure Data Center, pull out a drive, you're not going to be able to read it. It's encrypted. Everything's encrypted. But for some highly regulated scenarios, you need to bring your own encryption key. And you can do that with a few services. Again, largely the VM-based. It's in preview, I thought, for container instance. I think this should be a preview check on Azure Container Instance, but I'll double check that. But it is supported, so you can do those customer-based, customer-managed encryption keys for everything except app service, functions, and container apps. And I wouldn't be surprised if container apps gets it at some point as well, because it's a pretty standard enterprise requirement. And we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get to the end of the presentation. Before I jump forward, any questions on storage? I'd say in general, if you can avoid storage with containers, you'll be happier, as this diagram kind of illustrates. But obviously, there's some cases where you can't. I'm going to do it on time. I think I'm still okay. Cool. All right, continuous deployment considerations, right? So I'm not talking about this continuous integration side, really just focused on deploying your apps to these hosting platforms. And good news is pretty much everything's good here, right? I mean, everything supports bicep and ARM deployment. Everything supports CLI-based deployments. Terraform supports really solid, right? GitOps is where it gets a little bit weird, because the GitOps concept has emerged more recently. Funny enough, I was thinking about this today, that GitOps, we had the ability to point an Azure app service at a Git repo for years, and that was effectively GitOps, right? And you're doing a Git commit, and you're creating this this update to your application. But GitOps has kind of moved beyond that, and that's why I left those as check minuses. Like, you can point your app service, you can point your function at a Git repo, and you're good to go, and anything you commit is solid. But if you look at what's happened with Flux, Argo CD, projects like that are really focused on the GitOps experience, branching and different folder names within your Git repo and managing it that way. Using Helm, for example, if you're familiar with Helm, using the Helm operator within Flux to do deployments. So you can do some really cool things now that you can't really do with Azure App Service and Functions from a pure GitOps perspective. Container apps is similar at this point, right? So there's at least as I checked, there's no like Flux operator for Azure Container Apps. But again, that kind of falls into the realm of it makes sense, to have at some point. Oh, sorry. Questions on that? All right. It's kind of a quick and easy one. Operational overhead, and I want to highlight here, when I talk about overhead, I'm not talking about cost. Cost is way too variable on different things to try to calculate into here, right? I mean, based on the skill of your workforce. I mean, some people are really super deep into technology and can do the work of one person would take a month in 2 days, right? So you can't really calculate cost on that side. There's so many factors that go into cost calculation. It's something you should absolutely factor into your decision as you're working through these things, but it's not something I would present up front as a blocker to choosing a solution. So we're going to focus on just the operational effort, and I kept it very simple and kept it relative, right? Because the way I'm looking at it is, okay, the most complex to manage, I think we all agree, is going to be virtual machines, right? If I'm building my own virtual machines, that's the most complex. The easiest on the scale is going to be container instance. It's a single container. So where does everything else fall in between that? Okay, so if you look at app service and functions, they're kind of the same, kind of mid complexity. I mean, there's still some work to be there. You're still going to create multiple app service environments for prod and UAT and all these different things. And you have to create deployment scripts. I mean, it's not like it's going to happen automatically, right? So there's some work to happen there, but there's a lot of features that are out of the box with app service that make that a lot easier for you. If you kind of move over to the right-hand side, Red Hat OpenShift. One of the main value props of Red Hat OpenShift, Azure Red Hat OpenShift, versus Kubernetes, whether that's Azure Kubernetes or rolling your own, is that Red Hat OpenShift is prescriptive, right? If you get a Kubernetes cluster, all you really have is an API server, and that you can say, hey, I need this running. Okay, well, what's this? Okay, how are you going to monitor that? What's your monitoring tool chain? Where's the container registry that you're pulling from? There's a lot of details around Kubernetes that you need to solve. What's your ingress approach? How are you going to do network policy? All these things that we talked about kind of leading up to here. Red Hat OpenShift is more prescriptive about that, which is good and bad. I mean, it's good because if you're just coming in and you say, hey, we want Kubernetes, but we don't want to deal with a lot of these decisions. We want to go with kind of best of breed, and we want full support. We want someone we can call when there's an emergency. for our monitoring stack that, maybe wasn't an Azure monitoring stack, you have all that in Red Hat OpenShift. And Azure Red Hat OpenShift gives you the best of both worlds because you have Red Hat support and Microsoft support working together to help you with it. And I'm not trying to sell Red Hat OpenShift because there are also downsides to it. The downside is that, okay, now you're running on a solution that is built on top of Kubernetes that's running on Azure. Well, every time you add a layer of abstraction between you and the source, there's time that it takes, right? So if we drop Kubernetes 127 tomorrow, it's going to be a while before you get your hands on it. So if you're really into being on the latest and greatest Kubernetes version, you're going to have a trade-off there. You're not going to be able to get on the latest and greatest, but you're going to have a very stable solution where you didn't have to make a lot of decisions that otherwise the Azure Kubernetes service people do need to make. AKS, so a little bit more complex for the reasons I just described. Not as complex as VMs, right? Because you could go and deploy your own Kubernetes cluster. You can take a VM and you can install Kubernetes. It's actually not that hard. You could probably within an hour have a Kubernetes cluster up and running, just following a couple blog posts online. It's pretty straightforward. But all of the things that AKS provides on top of that is the value, right? So it's, that control plane, right? So you think about what Kubernetes looks like. There's the stuff that runs Kubernetes, and there's the stuff that runs your workloads, right? So we call that the control plane and the node pools, the worker nodes. That control plane is all managed for you. So you don't have to worry about the high availability of it. You're not worried about performance of that. That's all managed by us. Security details, we have tons of extensions you can enable, right? So you get a lot of that capability. So it's not quite as easy as OpenShift, but it's not as hard as VMs. And then container apps I'd put kind of in the same realm as Azure App Service and Azure Functions, right? Because you're not worried about the machines, the monitoring's built in, auto scaling's built in, all that stuff is there. You don't really need to worry about it too much. Any questions on this? Anyone disagree? You're wrong. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I would say, I think I kind of may have, so the question was for the people on the line, sorry. I mentioned that is ACA bridging the gap between app service and Kubernetes. I probably said that, but I probably shouldn't have said that because I don't think that's what I don't think that was their goal when they were building it. I think the goal when they were building it was to create an easy container hosting platform for microservices, right? Which we know the app service, you could run some microservices in app service, it's possible, because you can run multiple containers in app service, and you can run multiple app services and have them talk to each other. But it wasn't really purpose-built for a microservice architecture. Whereas if you dig into Azure Container Apps, and I highly recommend, if you haven't tried it, go deploy it. You can run through the walkthrough in less than 10 minutes. It's built with multiple containers in mind, a microservice architecture. It's built with Dapper built in. You don't have to use it, but it has Dapper built in. So if you've seen anything about Dapper today or been following Dapper, it's in there, it's out of the box. It has Kata built in. If you're not familiar, Kata is the Kubernetes event-driven autoscaler. Kata was built by the same team that was building Azure Functions. And it gives a ton. If you look at kata.sh, I think is the site, if you're running Kubernetes and you want to autoscale based on your service bus message queue length, you can do that, right? So it has this concept of a scaler, and there's probably 50 scalers out there that you can tap into. You can scale based on a cron. So hey, every morning at 8 a.m. I want to scale up, and every night I want to scale down, and that's all out of the box. You can scale based on a SQL query. So hey, when this table gets a little long, scale up, right? So all that stuff is built in, is out of the box with Kata, which is awesome. So Dapper and Kata are there out of the box. There's monitoring built in that will show all of your services talking to each other. I mean, it was really built with the focus on microservice applications and making those easier. And it does abstract away. It's not Kubernetes. So when you create an app in Azure Container Apps, you're not doing a Kubernetes manifest. You're doing a container app specific definition. So the backend is kind of irrelevant at that point. It doesn't have to be Kubernetes. You don't have to worry about Kubernetes if that's not your goal. And the funny thing is, and we're going on a bit of a ACA tangent, but it's probably worth it. One of the things that myself and the rest of my team do very often is work with large customers that are building container hosting platforms, like CAS platforms. I don't know how many container CAS meetings I have, containers as a service meetings I have, but probably 2 or 3 a month where someone's building their container hosting platform, which is fine. It makes sense. Large enterprises do that all the time because they want to be multi-cloud and all that stuff. And the funny thing is, almost every time, if you look at their UI designs for how they're doing a container hosting environment, it's Azure Container Apps. It's almost identical. So definitely worth taking a look at. It's a great solution. And we'll talk a little bit more about well, I guess we kind of have covered some of the downsides. The downsides at this point are more in the realm of some of the enterprise features that are still coming. I'm not going to say that they're not coming. There's a lot of work happening to make sure Azure Container Apps meets all of the requirements that if you're running Azure Kubernetes Service, maybe not all, but most of the requirements from a key enterprise functionality perspective that you need. Egress lockdown is something that's in public preview, for example. A lot of those things are happening. Any other questions? I think I'm still good on time. Application architecture alignment. All right. So first of all, you don't have to build microservice-based applications. It's okay sometimes to build a monolith. And I think that this is probably best highlighted and I'm going to show an Amazon article here. I know I'm probably going to get fired. But most of you probably came across this article this past week. And this isn't, this is a story that's not specific to Amazon. Everyone goes through this, right? Okay, and I can tell you my own story. From prior to working at Microsoft, I worked for Accenture, specifically in a group that was eventually known as Duck Creek Technologies. And we built a whole new architecture. And it was great. We went through, I ran part of the team that managed the entire underlying application architecture, all the patterns for how we're going to lay out services. We had coarse grain and fine grain services. And it was like beautiful on a whiteboard. And then we shipped it off to get built and came back and performance was absolute garbage. It's because we over-architected the design and rightly so, the developers said, okay, well, this is a coarse grain service and this is a fine grain service. Every time I need to get names, I'm going to call this one. And then based on the names, I'm going to get addresses. I'm going to get this one. So now you're making like all these calls, serializing, deserializing, boxing, unboxing, all these calls, and performance just goes down the drain. And it's like, wait, do we ever call to get names without getting addresses? No? Okay, so why wasn't that one component? So you can easily over-architect. And it's the same story with building microservice applications, right? You can over-architect. You can try to split something out thinking like, I'm absolutely going to want to scale out this component. But without looking at the business requirements and being sure, you can end up wasting an awful lot of your time and performance and cost for that matter, right? So as they looked at their Prime Video solution, they realized, and I can send this link out afterwards if you haven't already seen it, or you can just search for this title, you'll find it. They realized that they were using Lambda, similar to Azure Functions, right? And it built all this stuff in with the step functions and all this, and performance was bad, and they were paying through the roof, where if they just smashed all that code together and run it on a VM, right, that it was faster. So always have that consideration in mind. Now, this is a bad chart. I put this together today because I was trying to think of a way to visualize this, and I sent it to my team, and it was like, I don't like that. And there was silence. I got some feedback, but let me explain what I was trying to describe with this. Is that I don't think any app is ever fully a microservice app or ever fully a monolith. You're always gonna have some bigger components, smaller components. You're gonna have this kind of blend. So if you think of it as kind of a spectrum of apps, where do these hosting solutions kind of fall in? Azure Container Instance really focused on small, single thing. So it's very much a microservice, but single microservice. I don't even know if you would put this on. This could probably be like off the diagram down here somewhere, because Container Instance is really not microservice, but I'll put it in there for now. Azure Functions, pretty well focused on microservice type applications because they're all small chunks of code. You're not going to write a 3 million line of code Azure function, I hope, right? So smaller, not really focused on that. Azure App Service, a little bit more tends toward a monolith approach. Because again, you could theoretically do microservices with Azure App Service. It's just the effort of that is maybe a bit wasteful because you're going to end up having multiple containers within a single app service that can get confusing, or multiple app services calling each other. Technically possible, but probably a little bit overly complex for a microservice app. Virtual machines really could be anywhere on here, but let's call that the monolith hosting for now. But you could technically do microservice hosting with virtual machines as well. I think this starts to lend to like why this is the bad chart. Is like that one could go across the whole thing. Okay, so moving over, Azure Container Apps could run some fairly large apps pretty well. So you could call them monolith, but you probably wouldn't choose Azure Container Apps as a monolith hosting platform. But definitely purpose-built, should actually even be further over to the right, really purpose-built for microservice applications. And then the top, those two could be kind of on top of each other, right? Really could run an Azure Container, or sorry, Azure Kubernetes Service or Azure Red Hat OpenShift. You could really run anything. Monolith, microservice app, they're both great platforms for that. So that was the intent of this slide. I'm gonna have to find a way to redraw it so that makes a little more sense. But if you talk to it, it makes sense. Any questions on that? All right, cool. Am I still good on time? I think until 6, right?
Yeah, you're...
All right, so let's do the recap. This won't take too long, and then we can open up for questions. There's a lot of text on here, but I did that so that you can, take pictures, or we'll send the slides out, whatever. Virtual machines, you can do really whatever you want, right? I think we're all aware of that. The cool thing about that is you could go down and fine-tune the smallest detail of what your TCP packet, header size should be if you want to get to that. Right? I mean, again, going back to that, Amazon Prime article, like you can really fine-tune and get exactly what you need out of virtual machines. The flip side is a lot of operational cost, a lot of mental overhead for managing that. But, with the right team, the right skills, you can automate a lot of that stuff, and you could effectively just build Kubernetes yourself if you want to, but that's probably a bad idea. Azure App Service, great for monolith applications, and you could do some basic microservice applications on there. Tons of cool features. I love, one of my favorite things to do is create an app service, and I just kind of click through the tabs, like, oh, I forgot you could do that. Like, there's so many cool things in there, from deployment slots and custom domains, and the TLS details. Connecting in with Azure Key Vault, pulling settings from a Key Vault, right? So like, hey, I want to store my connection string in Azure Key Vault and reference it from my web app settings. It's like really cool stuff you can do with that. The flip side is, you're not going to, without going into, you can't run non-HTTP stuff on. It's really focused on web apps. 2, if you want to run, if you have like highly confidential workloads that you need to deal with, and lots of security requirements, you can do it. You can run app service environments and get pretty much all those features checked. But sometimes when you look at it, the cost of that, I've had a couple customers that have come and said, hey, look, we're actually switching to Azure Kubernetes Service because we need Azure App Service environment to meet our requirements. And the cost of that is too high. The scaling, we can't, in Kubernetes, we can scale to 0. App Service, we can scale down, but maybe we can't scale to 0. It's a calculation that changes all over time. So it maybe not be exactly the same now, but it's a calculation you should take a look at. Azure Functions, I think, would kind of fall in the same boat as Azure App Service, but more skewed towards microservice, right? So great for running microservice hosting. Another cool thing about Azure Functions, if you're not familiar, is the bindings. So the out-of-the-box bindings you get from Azure Functions save you a lot of code, right? So you can have a binding in Azure Functions that says every time a message drops in a service bus queue, or every time a file drops in blob storage. That's like hundreds or even thousands of lines of code that you don't have to worry about. Those bindings are provided for you out of the box. And because they can run in app service environments, you get all of those benefits of the security from the app service environment as far as network isolation and all that good stuff, single tenancy, right? But you're not going to get quite as many microservices focused features as you get from, say, Azure Container Apps or Kubernetes, right? So in the Kubernetes side, all the buzz is about service mesh, right? So you're not going to get an Azure Functions service mesh, right? Those kind of things. But maybe you don't need it. Everyone should look at that. Again, service mesh is the buzz. You probably don't actually need it in most cases. Yeah.
Another limitation is you can't run for more than 15 minutes. It's a maximum runtime.
Yeah. So it does have a limited runtime unless you use durable functions. So if you switch to Azure Durable Functions, then you can have long running. I've had functions run for multiple days. The cool thing with Durable Functions is that it gives you a callback URL, so you can check the status, right? So you can do like a durable orchestrator that has, hey, you run these steps, and hey, this one might take, a couple of days. So just check back, and it'll pick up when it's done. But yeah, I mean, default standard Azure function, it does have a short-lived timeout. Azure Container Instance, right? So very basic single container hosting. Fortunately, on the compute networking side, for the most part, it meets the requirements, I think, except for egress lockdown, right? But generally, what I see Azure Container Instance used most for, or fitting best for, is just small job execution. I'm not talking about batch jobs. I'm talking like, hey, once a day, we just need to run this transaction. So you can schedule it. In fact, if you ever do an Azure Resource Manager template that does a script execution, because you can do that in an ARM template, you can say, hey, go run this bash script as part of the ARM template. That actually happens in Azure Container Instance. If you ever are running an Azure Kubernetes cluster and there's a command where you can run a command against the cluster, like that happens. Oh no, actually that happens in AKS. Rewind that. It's just the ARM template execution that runs. But yeah, you could have an Azure automation job that triggers an ACI instance. And that's a great solution because it's simple and it just works. You can have Azure Container Instance called from a Logic app. Right? So Logic app, if you're not familiar, is like a workflow in Azure. You can have it trigger a container instance. So lots of really cool scenarios you can do with container instance, but probably not something you're going to run like a monolith or a microservice app on. Azure Container Apps we've talked about. We just spent a bunch of time on that, really focused on that microservice experience, Dapper and Kata integration built in. The big challenge, I'd say, with Azure Container Apps right now, and it's going to be a short-lived challenge based on the previews that are out there right now, is some of those key enterprise features, right? So most namely, egress lockdown, right? So how do I make sure that my egress traffic is going through my firewall? That's in preview right now. And there's a number of other things that I know that are coming shortly. They're going to help close that gap on some of those key enterprise features. And if you have things that are blocking you from container apps, please reach out to us and let us know, because we can make sure that we let the engineering team so they can prioritize. These two kind of go hand in hand, right? So Azure Red Hat OpenShift, we kind of already talked about this a bit. It's Kubernetes, but it's a catered experience of Kubernetes, right? So a lot of the decisions have been made for you. Network policy is included out of the box. In fact, by default, if you create, if you're not familiar in the Kubernetes world, you create namespaces. And if you know what a resource group is in Azure, a namespace is kind of similar inside Kubernetes. So it's an isolation boundary of your application, right? So all of my app components for app A are in this namespace. All of my components for app B are in this namespace. And by default, in Red Hat OpenShift, they cannot speak to each other. You have to explicitly allow that. If you're running an Azure Kubernetes service, that's not the case. By default, they can talk to each other. So, it's those things that kind of come out of the box that are guardrails for you if you don't want to think about the fact that, hey, I don't want all of my apps to be able to talk to each other unless I explicitly say it. Those guardrails are there for OpenShift. There's things like a container registry out of the box. There's a marketplace built into OpenShift where you can add solutions into your environment. Okay, so that stuff has been kind of managed for you. The downside of it is, as I mentioned, you're going to wait a little bit longer to get access to new features and versions from the upstream Kubernetes project, just by nature of the fact that Red Hat OpenShift can't just drop a new version and say, go. They need to know that it actually works in their platform. That's fair. And then we need to take their solution and make sure that it works in Azure, right? So there's like multiple steps that need to happen for you to get access to the latest features. And then Azure Kubernetes Service, infrastructure and security perspective, it's almost identical to running a VM. Pretty much anything you can do with a VM at this point, you can do in Azure Kubernetes Service. So you get that fine-grained control. In fact, you can even have what Kubernetes calls a daemon set. That's a container that runs on every node in the cluster. You can have a daemon set that modifies the underlying host infrastructure. You can go and actually change network settings or processor settings on the host. You do all kinds of crazy things. When you call support, they might ask you to turn that daemon set off, but you can technically do it. You can get really low level with it. So really powerful, but it is straight Kubernetes. There's nothing magical about it. We have extensions you can have that make things simpler. We have the upgrade process, the node image upgrade, and the Kubernetes upgrade all built in for you. That's all magic. You don't have to worry about. You would have to figure that out if you're building your own Kubernetes from scratch. You don't have to worry about it with Azure Kubernetes Service, which is helpful, but it's still more effort, more thought that needs to go into it than, say, container apps or app service, right? If you want to do something like on the app service side, there's deployment slots, or in the container app side, they call them revisions, right? Different versions of the same app that you're rolling out. That's not something you're going to get just by clicking deploy on Kubernetes. You're going to have to figure out the components that need to work. What's my ingress look like? Am I using something like Flagger, which is a tool that lets you do kind of A/B testing in a cluster, right? You have to figure those things out. But it's nice. It's kind of like you're building your own hot rod and you get exactly what you want in the end, right? Versus like a family sedan. All right. Yeah, I think that's it. Finished a few minutes left. time for Q&A. Any questions? Dumped a lot of info on you.
I was going to ask one, like,
Yeah.
As someone who's a developer who just started to build an application, what's the best service to use to get started on? What would be the most developer-friendly?
That's a tough question. If I were developer, me personally, if I were a developer today, just taking a look at Azure for the first time, I would probably look at container apps right now. I think that's where the kind of maybe the coolest stuff's happening right now. And Dapper and Kata are awesome. They're really simple to use, and you can do a lot. It would probably depend a little bit though on the application I was looking to build. I might end up, looking at app service or functions as well. If it's like, hey, I just need to create a simple service, Azure Functions is really easy. But if I'm a developer who's like tasked with building a microservice solution, I would probably start looking at Azure Container Apps and play around with that a little bit. Other questions? Everybody's brains fried from a day of content? Awesome. Cool. Well, I'll make sure that these slides get out there. I think the recording, I imagine, will be available at some point. And you can always feel free to hit us up. Always happy to answer questions. So.
I'm ready.
All right.
I'm ready. Hi, everybody. My name is Mona Gadiri. Thanks for joining our Global Azure Day. And a little bit about me. So this is in KQL, in case any of you guys are wondering, like, what is this? I'm a director of product management at Bluevoyant. I work on something called the Managed Detection and Response, or what I like to call DevSecOps instead of DevSecOps, which I'll explain in my talk. And I'm also a Microsoft Security MVP. So in my free time, I also bake sourdough bread. So if you want to talk to me about baking bread afterwards, I promise I have more hobbies than just Microsoft. But before we get started, I want to talk about this idea of DevSecOps. You might have heard of DevSecOps, right? Which is this team that supports the larger development team. They're there to kind of do that patching, vulnerability management, maybe some sort of support around the development team. But my team, we're a little bit different. We are a traditional development team in some regards, right? We do Jira tickets, we use pipelines, we do ingestion observability, we use QA, we do PRs and MRs, just the same like a development team, but we are security proficient detection engineers. Detection engineers and data scientists that ultimately support SOC operations. So SOC operations, your standard security operations center, probably has analysts, may have a couple of technical directors, but very rarely do you find organizations, except at the large enterprise level, who can afford to and take account of this larger problem that comes with alerting at scale. So if you get 10 billion alerts, alert severity doesn't really do you any good, right? Your data set is so large that you actually need to do things a little bit differently. And on the SIM side, what you find is there are a lot of security folks who have never touched the CLI. They don't know how to interact with security tools, and they don't beyond kind of what's in the box, in the console. They don't have a good sense of underlying technologies that are used to run those things, right? So the SIM team, they need detection rules. They know some query languages of their own, but they're not using query languages that you might be familiar with. They're using things like KQL, like I was showing you before, right? And what happens is that because they don't know development best practices and they don't know how to do code at scale, right? What you find are a lot of people copy pastaing things from repositories that they don't know, and it's really scary, right? So we're the best parts of a dev team and a SecOps team, and we're twice the fun. So if you are interested in getting to know DevSecOps, you can come talk to me later. But largely in security operations today, there's three big problems. One is standardization, when that's kind of the larger scalability problem of how do we run this day to day. One is cost optimization, because instead of having a fixed cost for security, right, because you have a data center that has a bunch of things that are sitting in there, and if you run out of space, well, tough shit, it just doesn't get copied, it doesn't get maintained, right? But in this world, in a cloud-based SIM world, right, you can have ingest that goes through the roof one month and non-existent the next month, just because a data source maybe wasn't there, or was there and then wasn't there, or some sort of weird abnormality. The third is that it's really hard to keep up with Microsoft security technology. In the past 2 years, Microsoft has gone from being like a nothing burger to $20 billion security business. So that hasn't been for nothing, right? There's like 800 some odd security people at Microsoft now just doing all kinds of stuff. So if you think about the rate of change that we've seen, even with things like Microsoft Sentinel in the last 3 years, it's been incredible rate of change. But it costs a lot of money to keep people up to date. And you have to spend money, right, and time on training people, which not everybody can afford to do. So before I got into cybersecurity, I actually worked in manufacturing for 5 years. I was a process engineer. My background is all in Lean Six Sigma. So when I came to cybersecurity and I looked at this, I said, what a garbage dump. There is no standardization, no structure. Nobody's thinking about how we bring stability, right, and get to highest quality, lowest cost, shortest lead time. That is the same problem that plants all over the world have been solving for the last 50 years. Why isn't cybersecurity doing this? Well, because nobody ever asked us to. Because there haven't been enough of us, and nobody really needed to do anything about it, because I'll take the $500 an hour consulting fee. But that cuts off so many people from being able to access this. And that's just not the way I view cybersecurity. So if we take the Toyota production system and we rebrand it to this DevSecOps concept, what does it really mean? It focuses on the idea of continuous flow, right? Your SOC analysts or whoever's doing the work, every time they're interrupted because the data's not there, or because the SOC has to fix their own problems, right?
they're losing flow. So the ability to investigate a ticket in any sort of time box sort of amount of time goes out the window. You can have somebody investigating a security alert for 45 minutes, and it ends up being a false positive. Ugh, right? We should be writing and deploying rules in ways that speed up the SOX investigation process, right? The second is this concept of notifying of abnormalities. How good are you at detecting when your SIM content actually isn't populating the right tables, or the connector doesn't work, or there's some sort of failure within the infrastructure, right? We call these event canaries, or canaries. You may have heard of canaries in the coal mine, right? It's the same concept, right? You're actually just pinging every single couple minutes, and you're saying, are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Are you there? Generate a detection so I know you're there, right? It's costly, but there are ways to do that and scale it in a way that gets you to a higher level of standardization. Which leads me to this third part, right? Which is this concept of standardizing work. One, we have to do a better job as cybersecurity folks to separate out human and machine work. Developers have done a fantastic job at this. Cybersecurity has not. So when we think about what standardizing work means to cybersecurity and what we can take from the development world, it is tagging, version control, development best practices, right? It's really, really the basics. So what role does CI/CD then play in SOC flow, right? So most of you are probably familiar with CI/CD, right? We all know that there's a way to push data from a source code, commit to deploying on a production system. So if our problem statement in this world of DevSecOps is we need to deploy rules in a way that doesn't impact the SOC, how do we do that? Because today, if we were going to add a new SIM rule, or we're going to add new content, somebody is logging into the console, they're hand jamming in some query, they're saving it maybe, or maybe not. They may just be adding it in there. Has no taxonomy, has no version control, nothing, right? So what do? We can actually treat detections like source code. So you might have heard of something called detection as code. If you haven't, that's really where we believe the direction of SIM engineering is going, or detection engineering is going. And it's the same concept, same patterns, like you would be doing this for any other language. It really doesn't matter. In this world, however, we're doing it for KQL. And because KQL, or the Kusa query language, that's what Microsoft's, most of Microsoft's, I'll call them like either log querying or log analytics, workspace, anything, right, is using, right? And you can even actually transfer this same concept to other things. Say you use Splunk today and you're not actually using Sentinel, or you're using some other SIM platform, or you're using Yara rules to do things like threat hunting. You can totally use the same concept of version control and tagging and bagging all of your detection content for really 3 big reasons. One is so that you can actually test your stuff. You should ask your security team how often they test their rules. If they don't, you should probably ask them to, just as like a good best practice. Version control is also big, right? You could take the latest SolarWinds attack that happened. How many SolarWinds vulnerabilities actually were there? Does anybody know? There are actually 4 associated vulnerabilities. There was one big one, and then they found 3 or 4 other ones, right? And so if you built detection content that said, this is to detect SolarWinds, and somebody else comes behind you and they say, this is the SolarWinds detection, and you have no clue if it actually incorporates the detections for the first, the second, the third, or the fourth, because you didn't version control it, you don't know who built it, you don't know when it got implemented, you've got a whole nother problem you have to unravel now, which is who put a bad detection in my SIM, which we'll get to that problem in a second. But I really do believe that there's a future where cybersecurity professionals actually sit down for a second and learn from all the developers in the room and say, oh, actually, we have a lot to offer here in this world of security. We know a lot about version control and about code management and about how to do linting. Do you know there isn't even a security IDE that can do linting today? Like, that's crazy. It's crazy to think about that there are people who are trying to do this, and there are those kind of basic things. So let's kind of go in a little bit of a different direction. So we have this CI/CD problem. We know we want this continuous flow. We know we want there to be a better structure for people to be able to get good SIM content. How do you get good SIM content? Well, there's a couple of different places. If you look on the internet, there's free stuff. What's good about free stuff is that it's free 99, which is my favorite price, but it also generally requires a lot of enhancements to make it useful. Right? So you're probably having to put in your own IP ranges. You're probably going to have to put in your own high-value targets. You're going to have to put in your own entity mappings, right? You're going to have to deduplicate a lot of things because chances are you'll find 3 or 5 or 20 detections about something. And somebody has to say, well, which one of those are good or bad? So in the same kind of way that we have kind of approved libraries or good ways of finding things that you can use that aren't going to negatively impact your security or your bill of materials for your software, the same kind of concept exists. There's Microsoft Sentinel Content Hub, right, which is good stuff out of the box. You can just get straight from Microsoft. Or you can go towards the direction of managed content, which is what my team does. We manage security content for over 500 different customers who all use Microsoft Sentinel. And if you do choose to leverage somebody like an MSSP or an MDR to do the rule detection and CI/CD pipeline part for you, then that means that you can take advantage of this libraries concept, right? Which is the same as saying, okay, these are your approved libraries you can use in development. These ones are unapproved. At least you get to some sort of barrier or some sort of concept that you can anchor yourself to. The other benefit of using folks who are already doing this managed content concept is that they update the content every week. So generally speaking, security content is like you publish it once, people put it in their SIM, and then they never look at it again until there's something bad happens, right? But if you're paying attention and you're trying to implement things like pulling in threat intelligence data or other sorts of data to enrich your SIM content, then you may be actually in better luck going in a direction like this. So what do we have to do to get detections into Sentinel? So this is my first CI/CD connection. I'm gonna deploy all my analytics rules. I get to choose where my source is. It's pretty cool. I can do it with GitHub or Azure DevOps, which is cool. And my favorite part about managing repos externally is that you don't actually have to worry about choosing any of these. You can have a little bit of all of them if you want. So if I don't have to choose and say, oh, well, I'm only going to do free content, or I'm going to only do this, or I'm going to only do this, you're limiting yourself ultimately because you can't customize your own solution. If you decide to take content from all of these different places, then you can actually have your own repo. You can set it up yourself. You don't have to be a security expert. You just need some security help to decide what should be in the repo. And that's something that you should probably work with your InfoSec team on anyways. But the other benefit of this is a flow benefit, right? If you're somebody who's already living in GitHub or you're already living in Azure DevOps, why would I ask you to leave that platform and go somewhere else like Microsoft Sentinel to go and implement that? It's in my best interest, in the interest of flow, right, to keep you where you are, right? So if you already live in GitHub or already live in Azure DevOps, jumping to Sentinel or making the move to being, putting your data into Sentinel shouldn't be as complicated in that scale. Of course, there's choices, right? Microsoft is full of choices, right? I like to think of Microsoft as like the Millennium Falcon Lego set, where it's like, if you follow all the instructions on the box, it'll definitely turn out like that. But there's also a lot of other stuff you could probably build along the way that might still be cool or useful, right? So this is another place where that's the case, right? You can do it two ways. One is kind of trigger-based, deployment-based, doing smart deployments. And that's kind of like if you don't have multi-tenants, you're not doing a lot of different things, you just have like one Sentinel that might be good to go. But what I like to do is actually do it with config files. And if you do it with config files, you can have a master repo and you can have lots of different branching and kind of get to what Derek was talking about, right? There's like different places and different things, that you can do from a parameter file perspective to include or not include things. So what does that mean? It means we can use JSON. Yeah. What I think one of the big barriers to security is that we've got all of our own like complicated like little other things that we want to use that make us special. And the reality is JSON is everybody's friend. Everybody speaks JSON. Well, at least in this community, I feel like it's like it's a little bit safer, right? If I'm saying, okay, we've got a schema, we're using Key Vault, we're doing good, we're not storing everything in the same place. But the idea is here, right, using a deployment script, and whether you want to use ARM or Bicep, or if there's something else that you like to use like Terraform, right, you can use a lot of the same tools that you're already used to using and do it in a cybersecurity way by defining it in your parameters files. The last thing I'll just talk about is Microsoft's Content Hub. This is in preview, so it's a new feature. Relatively new, I guess I should say new with air quotes. There are always new things being added to the Content Hub. And the idea is that if you have a specific bad guy, like this log4j1, or a specific vendor where you're looking for help around detection content for a specific tool, right? The idea is that you can leverage the Content Hub and you can get a lot of really great things, whether those are analytic rules, so the detection content themselves, data connectors, right? So those are the parsers, or if you use Splunk, maybe you know about TAs. You can do the TAs part here. You can get hunting queries, so you don't have to build them yourself. But really the larger goal here is to try to eliminate the barriers to entry, right? SIM has always been a really, really hard thing to get into because you have to learn this language, you have to know what parsing is, you have to know about tables, you have to know about all this complicated stuff. But that's really not what I think Sentinel is about. Sentinel is about bringing the lowest common denominator to you to say, what log sources do I care about? How do I get the log sources that I want from here to here in the most cost-effective way and in a way that allows me to monitor the whatever crown jewels or other things that I want. And the cool thing about using repos is it's not just about the detection content. Like I said, you can do automation rules, you can do workbooks, hunting queries, playbooks, and you can set up a bunch of Azure functions to run associated with these. You can use Azure functions to do parsing, right? So there's a lot of stuff that I think is really easier to grasp than a lot of people think when it comes to cybersecurity. And Microsoft has done a fantastic job trying to build more ways for developers to be closer to security. So I think that's the end of my presentation. I didn't go super long because I figured the last team, like everybody wants to go home. But I really think it's important for you guys to have a chance to talk about security and ask questions about security. I'd love to get to know you guys a little bit better. So if anybody does want to stick around and just chat, you're welcome to. But I really appreciate everybody being willing to come and hang out and spend some time with me talking about Microsoft Sentinel and CI/CD pipelines. So. Anybody have questions? Or want to talk about cybersecurity?
Somebody wants to ask a
Question? Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, how does this work when you have trying to build apps for Azure, right? How does Azure Sentinel or any of these CI/CD systems help you check your apps as you're putting them into source control?
So I think so there's Azure DevOps and there's a lot of scanning and real-time things as you're actually building your app. What Sentinel is really meant to do is once your app is published and once it's in production, there generally probably are sign-in logs, admin logs, maybe even some custom logging that you've developed for yourself. If you're going to launch an app, I would highly recommend making sure that you create a parser or that there is content in Sentinel for whatever it is that you're building. That would be one way to think about it. The other way to think about it is if you're using things like app registration or other parts of Azure in your infrastructure, those logs will show up in Sentinel if you're forwarding them. Another use case would be, in the Microsoft kind of ecosystem of devices, right? If you're using devices or you're using virtual machines or other infrastructure, this infrastructure underneath that's running your app, you'll also maybe want to monitor that as well. And in that case, right, you'd be monitoring the storage blobs and the app services that you're using as part of your either orchestration or running your jobs or whatever. So you can really think about using Sentinel at either the infrastructure layer or monitoring the app itself.
How do you tag it so that you know that all of this access was because of your app, for example, right?
That's the hard part. That's what correlations are for, right? Generally, we're looking for multi-step 3 or 4. If this happens and then this happens and these 3 other conditions match, right? Something bad has happened. Or there may be conditions like somebody with network access, high network privileges, got privileges via your app and now is doing something else. So it'd be more like a lateral movement use case. So there's a couple of different ways. There's really no way to tag it to make sure that it you can say, oh, this absolutely originated from this app. You really have to more think about, where is the bad actor going to try to get in? Are they going to try to get in at the infrastructure layer, at the data layer, or at the user layer? And then from there, try to think about threat modeling. How are they going to, how would they get user access? Is user access tied to SPNs or is it tied to actual people? Are they using delegated access or not? right? And some of those cases would change, right, the scope of what you might want to monitor.
Talked about threat modeling. I was wondering about that when you talked about some of the schemas for defining these rules. Are there known schemas for threat models to define threat models?
So the MITRE framework is probably the most common in terms of like mapping for security and trying to tell whether or not you have detection coverage for a particular TTP, or like some sort of bad actor, somebody try to do something. There are other frameworks too that people have tried to use in the past. Another one that I like is called the Cyber Defense Matrix. The Cyber Defense Matrix is put out by a guy named Sunil Yu, and it maps, essentially on an X and Y axis, the level of risk and the opportunity. So you're really trying to track them against each other. But the schema itself, so the problem with cybersecurity tools is that you get to define the schema in the SIM however you want it based on how you write the detections. Unless you're using things like the Graph API, which does give you a pretty good standard schema to work off of. And if you're going to do things like entity mapping, or you're worried about how do I associate mGadiri with Mona Gadiri and Mona.Gadiri and all these different permutations of how I've logged into Microsoft, right? You may like end up with some other more challenging kind of problems, but I don't know, did that answer your question? Okay. Yeah.
If you're building apps on a budget and you want to use Sentinel, what's like the lowest price point that you could get it at?
Well, so if you sign up for Microsoft for Startups, right, or other sorts of incentive programs that Microsoft has, you can actually get Azure credits, and they'll pay you to do it. So if you're smart and you know how to use the Microsoft coupon program, or they think they call it that MACC or Mac credits. I have to look at what the name of it is. But there are ways to have Microsoft assist you in your development process, whether that's with people or Azure credits. There are a couple of different options. But like in terms of like pay-as-you-go tiers, like you certainly have those options. It depends on which region you choose. And there are different billing for different things. But like the two biggest things to think about are you using Microsoft's programs to try to build apps, because Microsoft does a ton to help facilitate that process? And then the second question is, regionally, like what's your expectation? Are you trying to run this in dual regions? Is this a single region thing? Is like what's the scale of what you're trying to build, kind of from 0 to like 100?
Is there any free level for Sentinel? Like, does it come for free with anything?
I don't think so. I don't think that there's a free. The basic logs are probably the cheapest way to do Sentinel. You should probably talk to your Microsoft representative on that one. I can get you in touch with your rep.
Microsoft Sentinel based on amount of egress, the amount of logs you are ingesting?
It's there. Yeah, there's a couple of costs. There's a storage component, so it's a retention component, right? How long do you want to keep the logs? So you could pay for 30 days, 90 days, or you could offload those to another cold storage or something like that. But in Microsoft security logs are free. You get 500 megabytes of server logs. So I mean, there's definitely things that Microsoft has done to kind of build in that, but certainly price is difficult to get around sometimes. Other folks have questions? Yeah, what's up? You want which question? Security Copilot? Yeah, so I think what Security Copilot allows us to do, at least on a SOC side, is better improve the customer experience who we're escalating tickets to. So think about like when I escalate a ticket to you and I say, I saw Cobalt Strike beaconing from your device. You're gonna be like, oh my God, it's terrible. Yeah, seriously, my heart is stopping even just thinking about it, right? And it's like if it was a case where it's such a known true bad something, I absolutely feel comfortable with Security Copilot dealing with that, right? Isolating that machine or taking something where it's like it's known beaconing, right? Like we know it's already something super bad. Where I don't know where AI fits in is when you think about somebody who had like an MSSP who has all of these customers. I don't want to mix their data. I want everybody's data to stay separate, right? I don't want to take advantage of anybody because I happen to have their data. Like that feels wrong. I think there's some ethical things to think about. But I think if the goal of Security Copilot is to improve the analyst experience, that's great. If it's to improve the user's experience of who's getting the escalation, that's great. I'm just not sure, like the whole, like, let's use AI against all of the. Somebody's ringing? Is that me? Somebody's Teams is ringing. It ain't me.
Did you have a? Yeah.
This is integrable with the Microsoft Defender the same way like the cloud and 365 are integrated.
Sorry, I'm just trying to figure it out if that's me. I don't think it is.
Oh no, it's actually the podium.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah, the room was.
The room was ringing. Weird. Sorry, go ahead and ask your question again. So sorry.
They integrate this with Microsoft Defender and 365 Defender, so we can see everything in one dashboard.
Yeah, this is absolutely the place. The SIM is the place to do it. Yeah, so M365 Defender logs can come into Sentinel. You can use the M365 Defender connector to get those logs in there. Same concept with Defender for Cloud. Absolutely. Yeah, and that's my grand vision is right. In my Big Fat Greek Wedding, have you guys ever seen that movie? She says the woman is the neck and the man is the head, and the neck turns the head any way it wants, right? I think of the SIM like that, right? The head is Sentinel, but the neck is actually M365 Defender and Defender for Cloud, and that's actually what's turning the head in terms of where we need to be investigating or what we need to be doing to try to help. Other questions?
I think that might be the most important thing you heard today.
That the woman is the neck and they turn the head any way they want? Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, question.
All right, so I mean, I'm a software engineer, so I'm not that familiar with security. You talked about CI/CD in relation to, I guess, security code, like rules.
Yeah.
So how often does that actually happen that say you need to roll back or like, oh, you actually.
You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Yeah, really often. Yeah, people push bad rules all the time. Microsoft even pushes bad rules sometimes. But the concept of versioning controls or tagging, you remember that from like a month ago? Or from when?
It was one of our clients. They got screwed by one of those rules.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Yeah, like Defender for Office, they just push they push some bad rules sometimes, and then people are like, "Oh my God, all these domains are getting flagged in my inbox," and it's like, "Oh no, somebody just made a mistake." And it can be something as small as somebody made a bad carriage return, right? The same concept happens in security because the detection rules function just like code. So you screw up a comma, you screw up, colon or something, and everything gets messed up, right? So the idea that somebody could be in there mucking with stuff and not doing MRs, to me, I mean, it's terrifying. And that's happening at security companies. Any security officers, security people out there in the world are doing this on a regular basis. And they're not even thinking twice about it. But you and I, who come from development backgrounds, are like, oh my God, you merged something and you didn't do a PR, you didn't QA it, like nothing, like what?
So if you were to extend that and say like, I would like to deploy my security rules to like a blue environment before switching to green, for example.
Yep.
Would that be a thing?
Absolutely. We have a UAT. Well, so this is the problem, right? A lot of people are like, security is already expensive. You want me to have a UAT environment and a prod? Like, that's nuts. But the right answer is you should. You should treat security like a UAT prod, just like you would any other kind of code.
But that's like not.
But that's like that's not a thing yet. I mean, I'm here to talk to you guys about why I think it needs to be a thing. And I want you all to go and say, yeah, that should be a thing. But it's not what's happening in the world right now, for sure.
So how many of your customers use CI/CD on their rules?
So all of them do because we do the CI/CD for them. So we're actually doing this at scale at BlueVoyant. My team built a CI/CD platform with a UI interface that our security engineers use to push new content. And you could talk to another MSSP and they'll tell you, we'll get your rules out in like a week. We can deploy for our entire customer base in 4 hours. So you have a new 0-day vulnerability, and you think about how fast now with CI/CD you can actually deploy a rule, especially if you have more than one instance. You're a multinational corporation. Holy crap! Like that's where the huge like oh shit factor really comes in, is when you really need to deploy a new detection, and you really want to have a good QA process so that the time that SOC detection lands, it's right the first time, is such a huge game changer because you'll mess with the flow of the SOC. And now not only do they have a huge vulnerability problem they're trying to deal with the 0-day, You also pushed a shitty rule. Like, that stinks. We don't want that to happen to anybody.
Are all rules in JSON?
No, the rules are in KQL, but you can interact with them using JSON and call them and deploy them using JSON.
Sorry for all the questions.
No, you guys are great. Any other questions? Yeah, go for it. Question in the back.
So with DevOps, there is this thing called as memorization, wherein you make a mistake and you make a test for it and then it memorizes. But with security, that wouldn't be the case, right?
We're not there yet. We don't even have Git blame. Well, I mean, if you're using CI/CD, right, and you're doing it this way, you could actually get to a Git blame. Does everybody know what Git blame is? So there's a concept in Git where you can go back to see who pushed the bad PR, and it will actually tell you, blame this person. They did the wrong, Mona did the wrong thing, right? So we don't have that in security yet. We don't have that concept yet. But I really do think that the idea of there being like a larger way to interact with these rules and thinking about them as code enables us to make a lot of better decisions and move much faster than security ever has before. More questions, thoughts, feelings? Useless trivia. I really appreciate you guys being willing to stay. I really tried to make this session engaging and informative. So hopefully you guys got something out of it. But
Sure.
thank you. Appreciate it. If you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, I'd love to stay connected. You can find me, Mona. I'm Mona Gadiri. I'm the only Mona you can probably find out there in cybersecurity. So that's me. All right. Do I need to do anything?
No.
Awesome.
All right. No questions in the studio.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.